I don't see the stream up. Wait, 1 second.
You higher mammal. Can you read?
No!
Here you go, bro. Here you go, BHS. I think you're gonna like this one.
Get inside the van!
Oh.
Nice.
All right. Okay, I think we're good. I think I finally managed to get everything. The audio is passable now.
Is it though?
Probably. Who knows? I'm not hearing myself. Gonna watch my own stream. Welcome, Domo. Welcome, Kama. Welcome, Pensive. Welcome, Iconic, to the live stream. And like all my live streams, they end up with me not remembering how to do any of the live stream things.
Wah, wah, wah.
That is life, my dude.
That is 100% life. So, this isn't just any live stream, though. We have, as teased in the live stream chat earlier this week, we have a special guest this week. Or this year.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes. He is 20,000 words from matching Drake's amount of horse words. It's the one, the only, Karma. Ragu. How do you spell? That is 100% how everything is going right now. I should have added him before I announced him. How do you spell your name? Discord, you're not helping me figure out how to spell people's names. Why is it just R? I need more than R. Why is it only giving me R? I don't know how to spell Ragmangu or how it's spelled. I was close enough. Hold on. There we go.
To a rollicking good start.
Rollicking good start, as usual. I can't add you to the call. Why not?
Witchcraft.
Why can't I add you? Yeah, it's not...
Because you're drunk?
I mean, that's usually the case. Are we not friends? I thought we were friends. Maybe I'll have to pull you two into a call with him. Oh, yeah, we're not friends. How are we not friends? We've talked. This is what I get for making cookies.
What the heck?
Oh my god.
I feel bad now.
This is how are we not?
I've for ages and I'm not listed as friends.
How? I have no idea. All right.
I just don't understand. I'm old. I don't understand how Discord.
we got Karma.
Are you sure?
We got crab ramgoons.
Hello.
We got Karma.
Hola. Me has atrapado. En medio, suavemente.
Suavemente.
Oh my gosh.
I gotta
Yeah,
say.
there's no way I'm not
Turbo is the
abusing
best
this.
thing ever.
Oh my gosh. Hopefully we don't run into any more insanity this stream, right?
Oh, it's guaranteed we will.
Oh,
Yeah.
of course.
100%. How's it going, Kama?
I mean,
I honestly thought you blocked me.
last time we almost got your server banned.
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm going
that's-
to do my best to not run afoul of YouTube copyright strikes.
We just will have to not deal with. We'll have to not watch Pirates of Panzans.
Alright, it's Pan Am.
I'm hearing an echo.
Um, from is it from me?
I have no idea.
Is it from me?
It's weird because I'm not hearing it from
Yeah,
anyone. I have headphones in, so it'd be weird if it's coming from me.
Do you have
Yeah,
the live stream on?
Oh, that could be it.
Yeah. I'm not hearing echo, but I am hearing some weird reverb.
Well, the echo I'm hearing is it's our entire conversation. Oh shit!
Is there a way to
Okay.
turn down the soundboard? Because every single one is so loud.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Easy on the soundboard.
All right.
It's
All right. I'll
muted,
stop.
but I can still hear the echo. It's like our entire conversation for the last like 5 seconds.
I think the stream might be open.
Yeah, the stream is lagging a little bit, so if you have the stream up, then that's probably what you're hearing. Like as a
Since
rule,
it says he hears the reverb too.
Well, that's weird because I only said that to set up the fart sound effect.
Maybe that's why Pensive's calling out. Quiet the farts. Alright. Do you still hear our conversation over and over again?
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I know it's not from my end because I have headphones on. Try closing your browser. Maybe that might help with it or something.
sometimes YouTube video does weird things.
Yeah, YouTube does weird. It broke my computer last week.
Interesting.
Wow, I closed the YouTube and it works. I don't hear anything anymore.
Yay!
All right, that works.
That works just fine for me.
That works. Why that works, nobody knows.
Now I'm gonna jump back in.
Gonna jump back in with the muted
Nope.
things.
Back to square one.
100%. Idle and Shining sing together again would be great. Ah, we haven't done that in ages.
It looks like I
Yeah,
cannot put YouTube up.
Yeah,
Well, I didn't
speaking,
think so. I'm not
speaking of singing, yeah, Knox and I have to apologize for no parody carol or song or poem this year. Neither of Knox did not have time to put one together, and I was out of ideas. But we might still do one next year, though.
Yeah.
You guys had.
And eventually I will
355 days.
I'll wear you out enough to get you to agree to do Chad Idol singing All I Want for Christmas Is You.
No, absolutely not.
What's wrong with All I Want for Christmas Is You? It's
Gentlemen, a heads up. If you so I was hearing that the echo. I brought the stream back up, but I hit mute on the stream, and I don't hear the echo anymore.
So the mute just didn't work the first time.
Well, no, I actually muted the sound from the stream.
Oh,
And I have
okay.
headphones on too.
Okay.
I don't know how it was working, but okay. Just if you guys are having problems, FYI.
Hey, if it works, right? Oh man, it's been far too long. I will have to admit.
And whose fault is that?
Yours, because of Drake's server rules.
Ah,
My server rules
Your
overruled
server is
Drake's server rules.
not in my.
You have no power here, Gandalf the Grey.
To be fair, I'm the one going gray.
I think we're all going grey.
Life is weird.
Life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
So, does everybody know who we are, or should we introduce ourselves?
I don't know who you are.
I am basically Drake's beta reader. I came up with the title, Changeling of the Guard. I read everything that he posts before he posts it. Drake is also my beta reader for my fanfics and
He's your
everything
beta?
that I write.
You and Karma usually get first dibs on checking my stuff out.
Mm-hmm.
Anything down the pipeline that we should know
man,
about?
That recent scene he just wrote, man. And I'm being serious, too.
Holy shit. Can't wait.
3 more chapters until the race war. It's gonna happen, guys. I swear.
And the inevitable 40k crossover.
Oh, you gotta have the 40k crossover.
You seen History of the World Part 1? Well, it's going to be changing the space.
Mmm.
I mean, yeah.
Where am I? What's happening with my computer again? My computer hates me. Sorry, chat. My computer just hates me a ton.
It happens.
Gonna be quoting Forrest Gump. I'm going to be quoting all the classic movies from that I've watched as a kid. And no one can stop me.
So everything from mid-2000s and up?
And earlier. Like, I grew up with VHS. Shush. I mean, well,
It's actually funny. I was just going through my family's old VHS stuff.
man, I would have loved to go through my family's old VHS stuff. My mom threw away all of our VHS tapes when I was like 12.
That I'm embarrassed for having ever liked.
We gave all of our VHS to our cousins.
Nice. Yeah, there were
I
some
gave most of
classics
mine-
in there.
I gave most of mine to a friend who made furniture out of them.
It's amazing.
They made furniture out of VHS. I could see it. Actually, I can see it.
Well,
You know
like
the,
decorative furniture, but yeah, he would like hot glue them together and put them out on his porch.
Okay.
I say, you know what the this would make you think for a minute. Apparently, my folks still have VHS, as somehow it got mixed in with their random whatever random stuff they had, and I looked at it. You know what the VHS was?
What?
It was Finding Nemo.
Oh, wow.
That's a late one.
But that's what I'm saying. Is like it made me feel. You talk about the aging meme. I looked at it. I'm like, I didn't even know Nemo was on VHS.
Right.
Like I swore it was just strictly DVD release.
It does seem like it would be one of those movies that would be.
Yeah, there's like there's a picture that I've seen go around of like a Jimmy Neutron on VHS in a Target or Kmart or somewhere or in like 2015, just sat there unsold.
That reminds me of that PS2 game I saw at a Walmart.
Gotcha.
PS2 game we saw at Walmart. It could be anything, man.
Now, you want to know what it was? It was called Shepherd's Crossing 2.
You know what? I remember buying buying a PlayStation game at a Walmart that was in like a bargain bin.
Oh shit!
Kingsley's Adventure. I loved that game.
I would have bought it for the novelty.
It was basically a Zelda clone, but with the main character was a fox. It was
And
adorable.
the light is shed.
It was adorable.
For a minute, I thought you were talking about Tunic.
No. This was pretty much just a rip off of Ocarina of Time, like the style, but it did it well, and it was Ocarina of Time, so who cared? Like a bad Ocarina of Time is still Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, I mean, copy the best, and it's going to do at least a little bit well, right?
Yeah. So I was like, yeah, this is great.
I know this is changing the Garga stuff, but speaking of that, you know, I've been hearing again, it's just all rumors and speculation, but some of these people that supposedly have clout in the gaming industry, and based on something that Hideo was Kojima or whatever, like
Yeah.
Kojima?
yeah, no, not Hideo Kojima, Numa or whatever, the Zelda
Oh, Numa.
Numa.
Numa A.
Oh my god, no.
Everybody
Anyway.
at just aged 50 years.
I remember seeing that video when it first came on too.
Same. That was like one of my favorite videos.
Before we get down that road.
That guy Gary Brolsma just put out a new video recently, like
No.
a month ago.
Oh no.
He also did Numa 2 as well.
Yeah, that one didn't catch on.
Yeah, no, you
know
just
what,
can't beat the classic Numa.
I'm gonna say this real quick before we go back to that because
Before we
I'm
go
gonna
back to
lose
nostalgia.
track. Yeah. Supposedly, he said something. He's like, oh, and then the translator said something, and then it gets said that, oh, I should stop speaking, and it's strongly hinted at that we might have a Zelda remake or remaster next year.
Oh, really?
The reason is because one of these guys just randomly posted like ZR23 or some shit like that. Or excuse me, something like that.
Yeah.
And people are just taking it as Zelda remake / remaster 2023. And people were like, it doesn't make any sense because, you know, it's 24 coming up. And they said, well, if you look at Tears of the Kingdom, it was slated for a 2022 release. But it got pushed back to 2023. And prior to that pushback, they were releasing a Zelda game every year. Whether it be a mainstream or off, or a smaller one. So it getting pushed back to 2023. People think Tears of the King, like that game, whatever the remake or remaster would have launched this year. So people are speculating we might get like an Ocarina remake. What they said because it collides with a rumor that we might be getting like a Switch 2 hardware drop next year or something like that.
Oh.
I mean,
Yeah, probably.
how long has the Switch been out? It's been
7 years.
Apparently, yeah.
No, don't make me feel old like that. Also, welcome, Lazy Cat Editor. Welcome to the stream.
That is about a cycle.
Yeah, roundabout. And right now they're getting killed with
A
Steam
longer
Deck, so
than
maybe they
usual cycle.
ought to put something out.
I don't even know if they're getting killed, but like nobody really kills Nintendo.
That's true. Nintendo kills itself.
That's true. Nintendo is doing their best when they're not trying to be the top dog. When they're not trying to be top dog, they are undisputably top dog.
Yeah.
They try to be top dog, they can't even keep up.
I mean, we all know that Sega destroyed them years ago because they're still going after the kid-friendly branding that Sega gave them during the console wars.
You know, people were pointing that out too. What's really weird is we live in interesting times where Sony is the one talking about censoring their games.
Oh
And
yeah,
then
and all the softcore porn is on Switch.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Which there is nothing quite like getting onto a Switch into the Switch store and being like, oh yeah, I can everything is gonna be safe here, and then you're like, well, what the hell is that?
I should probably not go search to the eShop.
Oh, I know. Seeing a lot of the things on the eShop, I was like, wait, how did Doom of all games get onto Nintendo hardware?
Oh, you poor child. You're talking about innocent things.
I know that there's much, much worse
I know.
things, but
That's the first that came up. But Doom 64 was on on the 64.
True. But they've been also like kid-friendly, aggressively kid-friendly, like the last decade or so. So it just makes it seem weird to be like seeing Doom Eternal right next to like Animal Crossing kind of deal.
Well, that's because the Doomslayer and Isabel are friends. It's canon.
It's can.
Oh, I
I,
remember
I
those.
love those
It doesn't matter.
memes. Those were so good.
It doesn't matter if it's canon. I believe it.
I believe it too. I also love how someone pointed out at the beginning of quarantine, we were making love, not war, with all of our Animal Crossing villages, and then by the end of quarantine, we were backstabbing each other in Among Us. We just all wanted to murder each other.
Say what you will about the quarantine. I was ready to, like, everybody was ready for that to be over.
Oh, 100%. And I didn't really
well,
even participate in
yourselves,
quarantine that much. I couldn't.
Because we may have Quarantine Part 2 coming up.
Oh,
Yeah, no, not happening.
no.
It's
like
bad out there right now. Like transmission rates are at like 96% of what they were at the height of the pandemic.
oof.
And I'm telling you right now, people are not going to go back in the box.
And where,
It just won't happen.
It's going to be like Stinky Pete all over. I won't go back in the dark. Or no, that's Jesse. Never mind.
I will probably need to buy some more beans and rice then if that's the case.
Yeah, I just made some good chicken and rice tonight. And that was one of my favorite dinners I've made in like the last month or so.
Lucky for me, I try to avoid people whenever
Holy
possible.
shit.
So
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm not used to watching my language. I apologize if I'm doing that, but
No, everyone knows what this
I don't think we're in
is.
that much trouble.
language is
noticed
no
on
big
Finn.
fucking deal around here.
Language
Okay.
schmanglage.
I just noticed on Film. I just noticed the story. And I'm like, I looked at the author who wrote this. I'm like, holy crap! I haven't seen this guy post something in a long time. Pinstroke published a story.
Oh,
I
what
just
story?
quite like seeing one of the old.
An Ungrumpy
old
Griffin
names again.
Gathering.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean,
I saw that
I
on my
saw- I
feed
s-
as well.
yeah, I was like, oh, okay. I just happened to look down this time and was like, oh. And it's not,
Like-
you're right. It's just, it makes us feel nostalgic. And apparently at this point, Drake, you're probably one of the old guard left.
I probably am. And my goal is to actually finish this freaking story.
Let's
Another
go.
thing surprisingly happened. This guy published a story, and there's another story I was following. The guy just kind of fell off the earth.
Mm-hmm.
His name is Kind of Brony. He just came back and published another chapter for a story I was following.
Oh, nice. Yeah, there was this one guy who...
And it's midnight EST, the only canon time zone.
The only canon, non-canon, non-verified
Minutes
time
of
zone.
Pure nothingness.
Happy Merry New Year's, East Coast. Woo!
East Coast, Beast Coast.
East Coast, East Coast. Let's go. Oh, man. I tip my cup to you, which, fun fact, I might not have Viking Blood, because that's like a day trip away to get it in any state that actually carries it. But my sister flew in from Louisiana and brought me this Camelot mead, which is really good.
Huh.
And I am not drinking because I am doing the keto diet.
Sadness. Not even breaking it for one day?
I'm
One
I
night of
broke
revelry?
the Christmas holiday and had a ton of
nice food.
really nice food.
Oh, yeah.
My family, I went home for Christmas to visit my family, and they were like, "So can you have bread on keto?" And I'm like, "No." Well, I made cookies.
You're like, all right, let's do this
Cookies are
thing.
bread.
That was her logic. That was her logic.
What if you do? What if you put 2 pieces of chicken and put some cheese in between it?
Oh, that works, yeah.
KFC did that, and they had to stop selling that because it gave people heart attacks.
I can also see that as well. Yeah, I made fudge for Christmas, which
Yeah. Oh,
Which, holy crap, like, the recipe said it made 5 pounds of fudge, and I underestimated how much 5 pounds of fudge was.
Holy shit.
It filled up a whole 9 by 13, and then just reading out the ingredients as I was putting them in, I was like, okay,
You
I
made
can't.
a mistake.
I made a big mistake. It was like, okay, a can of condensed milk, okay, gotcha.
Okay, full disclosure, back when I was still able to eat rice, I made one of the things said make 2 cups of rice, put in a cup of water in the pressure cooker. And I'm like, okay. So I made 2 cups of dry rice.
Oh no.
2 cups of dry rice is a lot of
That's
rice.
a lot of rice. Oh no.
I opened up the pressure cooker and it was full.
I'm surprised it didn't
Staring there.
kersplode with all the
Oh, yeah,
rice.
it had to have been right at the edge. I'm like, okay, I put in a cup of water and 2 cups of rice. Why do I have like 15 cups of rice?
Oh my god. I'm gonna tell the story live. Is that one of my buddies, this is back when I lived in Texas. Years ago, we were coming back from Friday Night Magic. He's Korean, and we're saying something, and he said he's like, yeah, didn't you know that if you're rich in Korea, you eat hot dogs and rice? I'm like, that's why your family has like that 30-quart like rice cooker in their house? And he's like, yeah. He's like, that's all you eat is hot dogs and rice, especially if you're rich. I'm like, what if you're poor? Oh no, I got it backwards. He said if you're poor like us, you eat hot dogs and rice. I'm like, really? That's why in Korea you don't eat anything else? He said, yeah, just hot dogs and rice. I'm like, what about if you're rich? He looked at me and he's like, you eat even more rice.
Hey, why not?
And just Vdrake talking about how all this rice he has that he has nothing, he can't do anything with. All those poor rich people in Korea unable to eat their rice because of Vdrake.
It's Drake's fault. I've been saying it all along.
Son of a bitch, man, we didn't listen.
But I didn't listen.
Oh,
yeah.
another fun fact, by the way. We now have conclusive proof that Drake eats so much cheesesteak that it now comprises a significant portion of his body mass because
Really?
my puppy thinks he's delicious.
Oh, really?
It's true.
Yeah, Drake can back me up on this.
I could not get his dog to stop chewing on me.
It sounds like the keto diet's working.
It was that soundbite that went around like a few months ago. It was like, I fear the day that my dog realizes that I'm made of meat with bones in it.
Well, let me ask, what kind of dog do you got?
Oh man. Oh, go ahead.
It's
I
not about
have
you.
a 14 months old yellow lab puppy. Hey, we just got him in April. I just posted his.
Holy,
picture
I
in
see
the
it. Holy
chat.
shit. He looks terrifying. What the hell was that? Is that like a meat collar around his mouth?
No, that is his plastic chew ring.
Plastic chew ring.
Uh,
What are you
um,
thinking
Yeah, he is a horrible little shit when he wants to be, but I love him.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
So this is a little different. The context, you see, it's the context that makes the story, Des. When you imagine puppy, I imagine like a little like Yorkie, like Chihuahua,
Yeah, well-
like nibbling on him. This is different. It's like
Yeah.
saying, "Oh, my cat doesn't want to take a bath, and I have trouble with it." And you go to his house.
It's
and
a
the guy
mountain
has
lion.
fucking mountain lion as his pet. And it's like the
Yeah, well-
context makes the difference.
Yeah, well, he is a big boy. He is close to 60 pounds.
See, thank you, Elite. That's what I imagined.
He says
Check-
that's a big boy. We had a yellow lab that we named Hobo.
Hobo.
Hobo. Hobo was massive. Like, he was legitimately as big as a Mastiff.
That's terrifying. My
Oh,
cousin
no.
has a bull mastiff.
He was, without a doubt, the most chill dog I have ever met. Like, Hobo did not care. Nothing bothered Hobo.
Because he's massive.
Yeah.
You can't really bother a dog that big.
Well, and it was funny because he was under the impression that everyone loved him too.
Oh no.
And our neighbor's dog did not agree. So anytime the neighbor's dog would come over, Hobo would run over to it, wagging his tail like a puppy, happy as could be. And Tyson would try to run him down to the death. And it just never worked. And Hobo was always confused by it. And then we had our female lab, Sammy, who was like literally a third Hobo's size. Sammy would sit there on the sit there in the woods, waiting for Tyson to come after Hobo, because Hobo would just go down like, "Hey friend, how we doing?" And Tyson would try to kill him. Sammy would be hiding in leaves and just freak out and spear Tyson in the side as soon as he crossed into our territory. Like, so she was just waiting for him to go after this idiot.
It sounds like a setup.
It really did, because everyone's like, "Your dog is literally laying in wait for mine." And then, like, Hobo just comes over and is like, "Hey, buddy, how's it going? You're getting tore up, aren't you? Having a good time?"
Oh, somebody just woke up. Sorry.
Oh, the puppy woke up.
Yeah, one of his favorite places to sleep is right underneath my computer desk. So he's
you know
right
what you
at
do?
my feet. And
Now you fixed it right.
Well, I wanna officially take this time to thank,
This hasn't been a drill.
like, the three of you, because Ose, like, your live reading of the story was a major thing in keeping it going.
Oh, thanks.
I couldn't have started it without BHS.
You know,
I just
I'm
couldn't.
clapping right now. That's good. That's. You
And
should feel proud of yourself, Equux.
and Karma,
Wow.
I managed to make a spin-off of Idol that's just great.
I
it is
took
so
everything
amazing.
you discarded, and I just brushed it off.
And that's all. It's something. It's just you have no idea how good that feels as an author to like see somebody. Like, I understand, like, Anne Rice and all that. They're like, "No, these are my characters. They're part of my soul." And it's like, hey, Idol belongs to all of us.
Especially
Except
considering
Moth Chaser.
the
Moth
spin-offs
Chaser
you
doesn't
got.
get it. The only person he doesn't belong to is Moth Chaser. Moth Chaser is not allowed to be happy.
Moth Chaser is no good. Very
you heard
bad.
it here you've heard it here first, folks. No joy for the Idol Mothy ship.
Man, everyone's gonna be so
And
mad with
just want to be
that.
happy.
That's why the OTP became just non-canon in my story. No, but I was just I was gonna say something too, but I forgot what it was. Huh? Oh, well.
But seriously, Mothy is the best girl.
Well,
love
it's so
Mothy.
fun.
She's great.
I hope we see
That's
more of
nothing
her
more to
eventually.
me.
You will. I'm part of the hang up with these last few chapters is I'm trying to bring in some elements that are going to be more into the Thestrals and such.
Ooh, I love me some good Thestral lore.
It's just been a matter of it was going to be like a lot of it was going to be dedicated to a friend who was one of the people who helped me develop Idol way back at the start of things. Way back. And unfortunately he passed during COVID.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, was that recent?
Yeah.
Shit.
Oh shoot. Okay, I remember you telling me about this. I just didn't know it was that recent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And truthfully, he's one of the people who got me into writing and all this stuff. Like, for my first like major efforts beyond the old fanfic that VHS knows about.
Oh yes, I know about it.
Is it Does it involve fursuits and shit?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought this was your. Okay.
Sort of, in a manner of
Uh,
speaking.
I mean, I'm
From
not
a
gonna
certain
deny
point
that
of view.
it was furry. No, Al.
Oh, I fucking knew
Do
it.
you consider Sonic furry?
Yeah.
Oh, you're one of those people. Did you have your OC on computer paper as well?
Oh God, I know. Here's the thing. I can't draw. I can't
Oh,
draw
that's
with
perfect.
auto.
That's exactly. That's
My art
exactly
is
what
so
that
my art is so bad that I'm not allowed to use AutoCAD or at work.
Let me see if I can find.
But way back in the day, I wrote a Sonic fanfic. Way back in the day.
And that's how
And-
we met, actually.
Yes, it is.
Did you rip him a new one?
No, we were buddies from the start
Oh my god. Oh my god.
because
Yeah,
I was doing but it was basically a rare pair thing, and it was one of the main characters was one that he loved,
Oh, okay.
and it was like, hey, you're the only other dude writing this character at all.
Oh my god, he was a groupie.
And
Yeah,
from
the
that,
first
our
groupie.
friendship-
Then.
And from that, a 20-year friendship was born.
Yep.
Hey, I've seen
Oh my God.
I've seen things happen from less.
I mean, I think most of my best friendships have come from fandoms.
Hey, that's where it's at.
But yeah, you guys have been instrumental in keeping me on this thing. I know that the chapters are sparse. I'm trying to keep the thing rolling, but I do know it is. I need to get out more stuff, but we are we are down to the point
Here
where
we
I
go.
no longer had my buffer of like I had things
Just-
planned solid
Yeah.
up until the wedding.
Drake, this is basically what I assumed when you said you're writing Sonic memes.
Oh God, let me see.
Is this Christian Sonic? Hold on.
Oh God.
That's why I said you don't have to draw. Here's another good one too. You see, people, you don't have to draw to make terrible stories.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna say right now that I'm sure my story was better than that, but
It was.
For reference, I'm going to link it in the live stream chat.
go ahead.
Yeah, have at it.
I'm just letting the audience know.
Oh God, this one mentions MLP. That one's new.
Yeah, yeah, we're like really old guard Sonic fans because Drake and I met back in 2003.
Before you had any of this stuff.
We remember when the Knuckles comic was being published.
I didn't even see that. Oh, damn. Okay, so this was probably like 4chan days.
You want to know what's really funny? I was just at my parents' house for Christmas holiday. I was going through my stuff and I found my old Archie Sonic collection.
Oh, nice.
And I had to bring it home because I'm like, man, I need to see if this is as bad as I remember.
But let me ask, are they the original comics?
Yeah.
From
Yeah.
what I've heard, some of the like actual Sonic fans, as you know, like that collected that stuff, you know, that OG, what do you call OG Sonic fans?
Oh yeah.
The Archie comics got to a point where some of them were so lowly printed. And I think, don't quote me on this. I know one of the guys I was watching who collects comics said that he had a collection like that. And when he realized, and he wanted to find them again, he realized how valuable they were too. So he was really getting back. They were all gone, tore up. But some of these individual issues got like print runs as low as a few hundred.
Well,
what's
yeah,
really-
I mean,
and
I'm not
what's really
surprised.
funny is that the Archie Sonic thing was one of the longest running comics of all time.
Yeah,
I heard
And,
IDW does decent ones too. In fact,
Yeah,
on Archie Sonic.
I've heard good things. Here's the thing. IDW. So, quick rundown. Ken Penders was a writer for. I'm just gonna give a quick rundown. Was a writer for Sonic
Okay, I heard this one, but go on.
for a long time. However,
he was an asshole.
he was kept on a leash for 90% of the run. And he was doing a couple things where he went totally off the rails. One of them was Sonic Live, where he used, I think, his own kids or his nephews or his brother's kids.
Niece and nephew.
Oh my
His
god.
niece and nephew
His
for
self-inserts.
live action Sonic comic, which was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. But the from there, he managed to keep pretty okay. Like the other writers kept everything in line. He was largely responsible for the Knuckles comic. The Knuckles comic introduced a whole bunch of weird concepts. It basically introduced the Warhammer tech priests into the Sonic universe.
Don't forget the
Wow.
fascist dingoes.
Yes, there's also the fascist dingoes. The Dark Legion is literally the Machinarium, literally to the ground. That said,
Except
Sonic
that
and-
all of them look like Knuckles with, random parts replaced by technology.
literally the tech priests of 40K. But
I don't know why. It sounds fascinating as hell.
I
I
Yeah,
saw
it's
some of
not.
those
It
Knuckles comics
really
out at the
isn't.
comic shop.
And
so here's the
Penders-
thing. Penders stole everything from other media. I
Like,
did not
rightfully
know about
or
40K. Oh,
terrible?
I mean, 40K. It was knowing about 40K now. I look back at the Dark Legion and I'm like, wow, this is an obscene ripoff.
Now-
And Penders is super like, oh no, I made this. And it's like, dude,
Penders thinks to this day that his comics are responsible for the popularity of the Sonic franchise.
oh yeah, he's insane.
What?
He,
What the hell?
Yeah.
So if you
He
guys
is
remember,
this. He's
you guys
this
remember Sonic's-
insane.
go ahead.
Sorry, he's an insane, narcissist egomaniac. It's the only explanation because
It is
he
wild.
because he has legit complained that that if it wasn't for me, the Sonic franchise wouldn't be still be around.
Yeah, and he's completely wrong. That said, the Sonic franchise was kept on life support by the comics for a while, but it wasn't his doing. It was just
Happenstance.
the big thing is.
But wait, Drake,
Anyhow,
I have to say this.
I gotta finish this. I gotta finish this thought
Okay.
before I forget. So Ken Penders eventually wore out his welcome at Archie, and they frog marched him out the door. And he was replaced by a new writer. Brian, what was his name?
Ian Flynn.
Ian Flynn.
He used to write and write and possibly draw a really well-regarded fan comic, so he was recruited right out of the fandom.
Also worth noting, a lot of the other writers on Sonic, on the Sonic comic, were fan fiction writers. So you can tell when the better writers were running a show, because you had way better writing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
When Penders
And,
was writing, it was always dog shit.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck?
But
Yeah.
anyway,
But
so the other guy took over. So whenever they kicked Penders out, the other guy took over, and everything started turning to gold.
yeah,
It was the best Archie's sales had been in years. However, Penders didn't like that and sued Archie, who had lost his contract at some point, and he claimed the rights to all the characters in the comic.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
man.
Like-
And it was so bad because Archie could not find the paperwork. Now, it turns out that it didn't matter because they were work for hire themselves. So anything that he made for them, because they were work for hire, belongs to Sega.
Yeah.
Everything. Like he can't claim that his stuff belongs to him because it doesn't.
100%.
But Sega doesn't want it. Sega doesn't care. The fact that he tried to sue Sega during a time when Sega was having such bad money trouble, basically they said, look, we don't care. Get rid of it all. And that's
Full on reboot.
That's what killed Archie Sonic. And because of it, Archie Sonic could not recatch their feet. And the Sonic comic died.
You know, okay, and this is the part I
And
heard.
then
is that team-
IDW basically hired the entire team away.
Yeah,
But they couldn't use. They could only use the Saturday morning cartoon characters. They couldn't use all the characters from the Archie
and
comic.
IDW can't even use the Saturday morning cartoon characters. They have to stick purely with the game cast characters and the ones that are originally created for IDW.
But
So
it
the
seems like
Archie
they're doing
characters
well,
are
though.
basically gone forever now.
Yeah.
And I'm not surprised that issues of the Archie comic are really valuable now because it can never be reprinted again.
Yeah,
and
it's
The
literally
entire run is essentially caught in legal hell.
yeah. So they'll never Archie will never republish them. They'll never redo them. I mean, you can find them online.
Yeah, you can find scans of all of them online, obviously.
Yeah, but like he's saying, they're legally they will never make more.
You know what this reminds me of, though?
It's honestly kind of tragic.
It reminds me a lot of the. Sorry to interrupt. It reminds me of the original
yes, he
Batman
is a
show
murderer.
from Adam West.
Mm.
They said originally, that's why only now are you seeing it on Blu-ray and things. Is that the complete series?
Oh yeah, because Warner Brothers owns the characters, but Fox owns the show. That's why they could never
And I think they
release
said there's a third party that own like the DVD rights or some sort of right.
Yeah,
media
essentially
right.
the only way it can't come back out was that other people's rights had to expire.
Or
Yeah.
I think they all three had to get together. It's like, hey, I like money. You like money.
Let's all like
It's
money
honestly a
together.
shame. Like I think the same thing happened to the original Star Trek.
No, the original Star Trek is still available.
I mean, like for a while though, it was all screwed up.
but-
I think it was the same thing. Like he might own stuff, and then
yeah.
I
the
think
Stones,
during the VHS days of
Oh,
Star
hey.
Trek.
thank you, Lapis.
I think during the VHS days of Star Trek, it was something like the production company or the broadcaster owned the rights to put it out there, and they didn't want it on tape because they'd like to do the reruns.
And
And
guys,
it's
you
like,
check
dude,
the,
that was like 30 years ago.
Yeah.
if you check the live stream chat, Lapsus posted a link to where you can go read the RG comics.
Yes, I would honestly recommend them. They are fun.
It's just that whenever Pender's name appears in the credits for writing or artwork, it's going to be dog shit.
If it's artwork, it's going to be dog shit from start to finish. If it's writing, take it with a grain of salt because it may be okay. So like if they kept him on a leash, he did fine. But when it was like whenever his name was big and bold on it, it was basically them saying, we had to let him run wild on this for a little bit. We're sorry.
But the thing that I have to say about Penders, and I can say a lot, but I'm going to restrain myself.
Lemon Sundrop Daffodil.
Is that it takes a hack to claim the kinds of things that Penders did and rip off all that Penders did with a straight face. it takes a special kind of hack to rip oneself off. Because what a lot of people don't know about Penders is that before he started working for Archie, he tried to publish this series of sci-fi novels under a pen name that sold like dog shit because basically it was unfiltered Penders. It was total garbage. So when
now,
he got...
and now knowing that we know about hang on. Knowing what we know about 40K, it means it was also plagiarized then.
Yeah. So,
What?
So, the thing was, when he got control of the Knuckles storyline, because Knuckles was like his character throughout most of his run, and he basically tried doing those same sci-fi novels again, and started, you know,
hey, Ty-Scope.
cramming
Hey, welcome,
all this
Ty-Scope.
stuff.
Long time no see.
Ty-Scope?
Yeah, Ty-Scope's in the chat.
Holy.
It's been ages. Glad you could make it.
How is it going, dude?
And once you started smearing
Ty-Scope.
Kim Pender's name, he had to come and defend it.
He had to defend Penders.
Keep Pender's
but
name out your god dang mouth.
Okay, but let me finish. So, Penders basically turned Knuckles and his whole backstory and his whole plot for almost 100 issues into his failed sci-fi novels without any consideration of whether the concepts from those sci-fi novels would fit in the goddamn Sonic universe.
Now, it is worth saying, the Knuckles comics started out crazy good. Like, I loved the Enerjack thing, where like the reason the Chaos Emerald, like they never, like in the Sonic games, they never explain why the Chaos Emeralds are there, why nobody messes with them, like why
They have now.
They have now, but that was years after the fact.
Yeah.
What they established in
But
the Knuckles comic was literally that one of Knuckles' ancestors got hopped up on chaos magic and caused a shitload of trouble. Literally called himself the Chaos God.
No, we all know Discord would shut that down real quick nowadays.
Yeah. But so yeah, I would love to see the look on Pender's face when he finds out that the now canon origin story for the Chaos Emeralds, as introduced in Sonic Frontiers, was written by Ian Flynn, the guy who took his job. That's
amazing.
Right.
Oh, that's so good.
Also, another Penders thing that happened. Another Penders thing. Does anybody here remember that BioWare made a Sonic game?
I think so.
Yeah.
BioWare made a game called Sonic, I think the Dark Brotherhood.
Oh, see, I never played it, but I heard it's decent.
So it was pretty good for an RPG with timed hit elements. However, it had a storyline that was an homage to the comics with an Echidna villain team.
Oh, okay.
Penders did not see that as an homage. He saw it as ripping off his IP. So he sued.
That he ripped off for someone else.
Yes.
Yep.
So he sued them
Son of a bitch,
and
man.
got the whole series shut down.
Oh my gosh.
That's why we never got a sequel?
So,
That's why we never got a sequel.
The Dark Brotherhood ends on a huge fucking cliffhanger that will never be resolved because Sega will never touch that property again.
At least until Penders dies, right?
You know what? I am more impressed.
What's worse is I think that he saw it and he sued, like, at release. So they had to stop selling it because there was ongoing litigation, which absolutely killed the sales.
Oh, that...
So it sold terribly. And by the time they got out of the thing, and they put it back in stores, nobody really cared anymore.
They moved on.
So basically, he went in, shut it down. Worse still, does anybody actually remember Saddam? The Saturday morning.
Other than the two of us. me and Drake.
Okay, so there was a Sonic Saturday morning cartoon that was really good. And
Oh,
they-
Are you
I-
talking about the original,
oh.
or are you talking about the like Sonic X one?
No,
No,
this is
the
Sonic.
original.
I remember
Oh,
seeing it. That's the one with Robotnik in it, right?
Is that the
Yeah.
one with like Sonic Says
They
at the end
adopted
or
one
something like
episode?
that?
No,
No,
Sonic
that's-
Says
you're
was
thinking-
Sonic Weekday.
Oh,
They
okay.
adopted
Yeah.
in one episode, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I remember
So-
that. I remember the
so-
show barely though, but I remember it.
Archie Sonic was originally based off Sonic Weekday.
Yeah, but when
But
they saw
Sonic
that,
Sat-Am was such a huge hit comparatively that they switched gears entirely.
yeah, like the first 20, 30 issues of Archie Sonic are very jokey, very Saturday morning, very, hey, Looney Tunes like, and then all of a sudden, once they figured out that Sat-Am was the fan favorite, they started changing the tone.
And then
So
Sat-Am
all
ended.
of a sudden it was grim and serious, and then Sat-Am got canceled, and the comic was the only place to see the characters from Sat-Am.
Which here's where it gets crazy. Sega was going to do a season 3 of Sonic Sat-Am. Ken Penders wrote in a bunch of absolutely insane stuff to them and literally
Oh.
scared them away from the property.
Oh my gosh.
So the guy who was actually doing the writing was like, yeah, here's a bunch, was like working with him, like, hey, how can we make our stuff, how can we make the Sonic Sat-Am and the comic work together? And Ken Penders basically sent all his insane Looney Tunes bullshit Sonic stuff straight to Sega. As Sega was like, this is absolutely unacceptable.
Yeah, it's
And-
rumored that Yuji
and the
Naka
entire
himself shut it down.
Oh fuck.
Yeah. But the other guy, Ben something,
Ben Hurst.
Ben
Ben
drowned.
Ben Hurst apparently loathes Penders with a passion.
I would assume a
Well,
lot of
because
people
Penders-
loathe
because
Penders right now.
ruined-
Sounds so fascinating, man. This is interesting as hell.
Like, this is old fandom drama.
I know. Oh man, this is back during like
Like, this is essentially
So-
our derpy hooves.
Yeah, so let me
Really?
paint a picture for you.
Oh wow,
The
that's
most
strong. That's strong right there.
Let me paint a picture for you. So the most popular character in Sat-Am and the Archie comics that wasn't from the game cast was Sally Acorn. She was set up as Sonic's love interest in
Yeah, I
the early days.
I could probably
and-
know where this is going. But go on.
And so Penders wrote a Princess Sally miniseries that wasn't really about Princess Sally.
It was about his shitty OC.
self-insert.
All right, hold on. Time out. You know what's funny about this? Y'all talking about this when I was at this comic store I go to, and when they're new, they had some of the Knuckles comics. They had some of the Sonic ones, and then they had the Princess Sally books there too. They had the first 3 issues, I think.
I
So this is
think
all
they were
fascinating.
drawn by somebody else, and they were okay.
Oh my god! Like this is almost like making me want to go check. Go back there and see if they have.
But his character was a skunk named Jeffrey St. John.
What a name! That's
Oh,
amazing.
I need you guys to understand.
This is no correlation to
Everyone.
FFP, right?
Everyone hated Jeffrey. Sinjin, like he got the nickname Sinjin. Everyone hated him. Like, this character was
Blatant
like-
self-insert.
blatant self-insert, like king of the head of the king's
Secret Service.
secret service, the king who got ganked by Robotnik, who got completely wrecked. So like he's like, oh yeah, this guy's such a badass. It's like, dude, you lost to a fat dude from another country. Like, how did you mess up this badly?
Hey, some people have a talent for it.
Yeah, well, so let's not forget the other reason that Jeffrey existed was to knack on Sally.
Yes, his character was basically trying to.
constantly, you know, kissing her when she didn't want it, and you know, basically.
No, it was also played up like she was into it sometimes.
Yeah,
But
sometimes, but
it was, but pretty much everyone else hated the character. Like
Yeah.
any other time the character was written by somebody else, they wrote him as a shitbag.
Sounds terrible.
And it was
actually.
hilarious. It was hilarious.
Have a good night,
But,
Lockers.
Oh, this is him right here?
yep, that's him.
Let me see if I
The
can see it.
Loathsome Characters Wiki. Yep, that's
Lapsus.
Yeah,
Loathsome characters. Wow.
like so the whole thing with him was
Okay, real quick.
that he was basically he's literally meant to be a wrench in the relationship of Sonic and Sally.
Mhm.
And to, yeah, because, and then what ends
So-
up happening later.
Wait. I got. I
He
gotta
actually
give my take on
became
this. Sorry.
a character in the regular series, is what the wiki's saying.
Yeah, but so Pender's Sally miniseries did not sell. Penders got mad at that, and so
Real
Penders
mad.
decided that Sally has to die. I'm going to kill Sally permanently. And
Oh
It
my
went
god.
over like a lead brick.
Oh, first
the
off,
fandom exploded.
Well-
Like this was they were livid when this news leaked.
I'm laughing at that, but if you look at the wiki, for the character profile, it says type: idiotic, unlikable pervert.
Yeah.
Yup.
Unlikable
Okay, so-
pervert. Wow.
When they introduced him, you thought, oh,
He's
okay.
not just a pervert; he's unlikable too.
So when you first met him, you were like, okay, he's a little bit older. Like everyone's around 17, 18.
Oh my
He's
god!
he's
according to
probably 19 or 20.
Kingpinders, He
He's
was supposed
yeah.
to have a sexual encounter with Sally at some point. Thankfully, it was never included because it's inappropriate for young readers.
Yeah.
Yep,
Holy
that was
shit.
Pender's idea.
Yeah. So
Oh,
anyway, like I was about
what?
to say,
This
everyone
guy
else,
is crazy.
everyone else in the series is like a teenager, like 16, 17, and Jeffrey is macking on Sally. You're like, okay, he might be like 19, 20. It's like a, it's like a tuxedo mask type thing that's being written
Okay.
really badly. Nah, he's like in his 30s.
Oh my gosh.
Because
What?
yeah, it's like what?
What?
And yeah, so Penders went nuts, decided to kill Sally, got shut down hard by Sega.
And the fandom.
It was
And the
all a
fandom.
dream. It was all a
No,
dream.
they didn't do that. They
No.
they played that it was that her death had been a fake to stop Robotnik from focusing on her, which it worked, and we got a
Oh.
you got the big kiss moment. It was fine. But
Oh my god!
What's
dude, this
really
problem's
funny-
fascinating as fuck.
what's really funny is after Penders was fired, the new writer Ian Flynn actually started to fix the character, and that's part of the reason why Penders went nuts. Because Penders hated the fact that somebody wrote his character better than he did.
It sounds like the kind of guy to do that.
Because they wrote him, they had Jeffrey become a villain, but they made
And they
it all
revealed that
reasonable.
he was a scumbag all along.
But they also made it a reasonable reason for him to be a villain, and we're fixing him. So it's like, okay, they're gonna redeem this character, and this series never finished redeeming him because
They keep this joke out of hand.
he got the series canceled. Yes, it is amazing, like the sheer nonsense that happened.
Yeah, that definitely sounds.
If you're on that loathsome characters wiki,
I
click
can
on the
get back
Laura.
on it.
Click for you see the Archie Sonic version.
I'll get back on there.
Click on the Laura Sue Chronicles version.
Oh God.
That was his design for the character,
Oh shit! What the?
which is a
Wait, what?
it looks
Ooh.
like I can't even
wow,
describe how bad that looks.
2000s right there.
Wait,
Holy
click
shit.
where? Oh,
Okay, so you see where it says Archie Sonic? Click the Laura Sue Chronicles and you'll get to see his design.
oh God! What the hell? What
So-
the hell is that?
That is like early like
Vendors.
PlayStation 2 game like graphics right there.
After Penders...
No, that's offensive to
after
PlayStation 2.
and the whole lawsuit went down.
What's up?
Sega after Penders and Sega had the lawsuit, Penders claimed that he won because there was a gag order because Sega just didn't want to talk about it. Penders did not shut up about it, and because Sega is a big company and a gag order with them is much bigger, they didn't say anything because they didn't want to get into trouble. But Penders basically acted like he won this thing and that he took the and that he got all of the characters back. He didn't. He only got the characters he explicitly designed by himself, like Jeffrey. And a couple of the Dark Legionnaires. So, and like half the cast of Echidnas because nobody wants them.
I
I mean, it's worth noting that Knuckles' little brother is named Kneecaps.
okay.
Like-
I'll take that.
Okay,
Okay,
so
so here, so the thing is that what Penders was going to do once he got all his characters back, finger quotes, was that he was going to release his own series about Knuckles' daughter, Lara Sue. Oh, and he's told everybody that my series, I'm going to write and do the artwork for this my way. And he started announcing this almost immediately after the lawsuit was decided in his favor.
it really
it has
wasn't
been-
decided in his favor. It was decided that everybody should walk away.
Well, it has been almost a decade now. Not a single issue of the Lara Sue Chronicles has come out.
He probably
Also,
realized he couldn't. He
Like
couldn't
the
make
entire,
it.
like he could do.
He's
A
still
series-
talking about it. He's still
never shut up.
swearing.
Oh,
Yes,
that it's
never
going
shut
to
up
come out.
about it.
But here is some of his much better artwork for this series.
Oh god, you're gonna show the teeth, aren't you?
Oh
oh,
God!
was that the Sonic trailer?
What? What? What?
This is really PS2 graphics, man. Like, oh my god.
Not even. Not even PS2. God, that's so
bothered me.
terrible.
Holy.
Yeah, that's an accurate
Yeah,
emote to use there.
Oof.
But he was-
Oh,
I mean,
that's
was
real
so
bad.
proud of this.
Someone,
was so
someone out
proud
there
of
likes it. Someone out
And
there likes it.
Yeah, but like that there, I think that there is the lead villain from his series, who is like Knuckles' cousin, like 50 times removed. No, I don't. I can't remember the details. Either,
Yeah.
It's
either
you
way.
not
have to
worth
be related.
remembering.
You have to be related to the Knuckles somehow.
But the big thing is, he can't use any of the selling points for the characters being related to Knuckles because he can't use Knuckles. He can't even mention Knuckles.
Didn't he change his name into like Canucks or something?
You know what
Something
this
like
sounds
that.
like? You know what this sounds like? This just sounds like he is in charge of the baseball card company, Panini. He's like, I'm gonna print baseball cards, but I can't use player names, which I just found out they lost the ability to do current players as well, so they have to go like legacy characters. This sounds like what he's doing. Like, I'm going to create a
It's
Sonic
what he ended up doing, but
chapter
basically,
without
the
Sonic.
basic gist of it was, he's going to do characters from the spin-off to Sonic, which was the Knuckles series, a spin-off of that,
Yes.
without
Can
referencing
you,
the
like,
original at all.
spoiler that image? That really creeps me out.
That is a
Yeah,
very
that's
creepy
Yeah,
image.
But
yeah,
anyway.
I'll delete it.
Anyway,
You should have left
Like-
it, just spoil it, because now no one
it
knows
was
what we're
such
talking
an
about.
I
amazing.
can re-upload it and spoil
Yeah, go
spoiler
ahead.
tag it.
It
Yeah,
was such an
for
amazing
context.
misfire. It's all it really was. Like he ruined an entire series twice because not only did he mess up the Archie Sonic to the point where they had to delete all the characters, he continued to mess with it. He continued to screw with Sega until Sega literally took the rights from Archie. And they're like, we want nothing to do with anybody from this project. So IDW, so they sold it to IDW, and IDW hired back all the people. Penders has no control over anybody from IDW, and he seethes about it constantly. It's amazing.
Yeah, and you know, Ian Flynn has gone on to actually write for the official Sonic games, and because his run on first Archie and then IDW was so well received.
Amazing scope, amazing.
I see it too.
But like, yeah, it was just, and sometimes you gotta look and you be like, man, but for the grace of God.
I don't think God can help this point.
Because I started off as a Sonic fanfic writer, and good Lord, I could have, like, if I had been in charge of writing, I don't know that I would have, like, at that age, I don't know that I would have been better. Then you find out that Penders is, like, in his 50s.
Oh.
60s now.
60s now. So this was a 40-year-old man writing bad Sonic fan fiction.
That's amazing. So he
writing
was
bad Sonic fanfic of fanfic of fanfic. And that's that is the only thing he has to his name.
Yeah, and the really hilarious thing is that after the lawsuit, he was convinced that, you know, movie studios and comic book companies and whatever would be lining up at his door to make use of his skills. He is totally oblivious to the fact that he has been blacklisted from
he is poison.
Every part of the entertainment industry, because this whole fiasco, basically it caused every portion of the American entertainment industry to rewrite the rules to specifically prevent more disasters like that lawsuit business from happening.
Oh like, my gosh.
It honestly probably cost the entertainment industry billions. That's how insane this whole mess was. Because the whole setup was that it was like, oh, well, technically this might be fine. And the judge, and because they gag ordered it, and because Sega was so bankrupt at the time, they couldn't fight it. It just became a mess. But nothing ever came of it. Ken Penders did nothing with it. He has done nothing with it except for grift from fans, because there are fans. There are people who loved that early 90s absolute garbage writing style.
There's a certain campiness to it.
There is a certain campiness to it.
I thought you were gonna say they liked that what is it called?
And don't get me wrong, I love camp.
The Chad Skunk Man.
The Chad Skunk Man.
His name is Jeffrey.
You know where
Joffrey.
It reminds me of now?
Yeah, I used to call him Joffrey, but it is Jeffrey.
Jeffrey. Well, he reminds. I finally realized what the image reminds me of, other than like early PS2. It's the old music video, like computer generated music videos in the 90s.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I know exactly what you mean.
It looks like a furry. It looks like a furry reboot character.
Yes. It reminds me of what is it? I'm Blue. The little
Eiffel 65.
Oh, Abadi?
That hurt.
No, if I was green, I would die. You clearly haven't heard the song.
But yeah, it's like so much of this stuff. Like it was just a complete nightmare the whole way through. What got us on this topic?
You said you write bad fanfic.
That was a long time ago. You can't expect me to remember something that far.
Oh no! If you look in the YouTube chat, we found out you wrote a bad fanfic. So we
oh yeah.
I'm not saying it was bad fanfic. It was fanfic.
It was Sonic.
Better than Penders.
It was fanfic, and I wrote it when I was like 16.
So, well, what I'm taking away from this is, when I publish my new chapter with the Mothy rework, you're gonna go batshit crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
Okay.
Now,
I mean, it would be
I'm
weird for
saying
Mouthy
I'm
not to
saying
go
Mouthy
batshit insane.
I'm saying Mouthy cannot be happy. That is a
No,
mean.
I'm
Mouthy
reworking
is
the
best
entire
girl,
character.
and she deserves nothing but the best.
Like when I release the new chapter, it's going to be reworked Mouthy. Instead of saying Moth Chaser, it's Moth Runner. And she's not gonna be a terrestrial. She's gonna be a unicorn.
She's gonna be the Moth Runner.
A unicorn griffin. Excuse me.
The Moth Runner Chronicles.
Oh man.
That echolocation uses screeches.
Just screams for no reason.
Yeah.
It's like Ember Island players from Avatar. It's like, I just scream so I can see everyone.
I literally just watched that.
See, I got a pretty good look at you.
I have a story relating to that. I was at a convention. I was at a convention almost 9 years ago. And I saw this kid. It was late at night. There was a party going on in one of the hotel rooms. And I saw this kid come by in Zuko cosplay. And so he walks by me, and I sense the opportunity of all opportunities. So I tap him on the shoulder, and I say, I look at him, and I say, your scar's on the wrong side.
The scar's not on the wrong side.
and this kid, you know, it's really late at night, and he starts getting like upset, and he's like, what are you talking about? I used like official artwork for this costume. And I went, dude, your scar is on the wrong side. And he's like, no, it's not. I know I checked my references, and I just put my hand on his shoulder. I said, Ember Island players. And this look of clarity crosses his face. He goes, oh. And so,
VHS doesn't realize how close he was to committing a fandom war crime.
Yeah.
So, last year, or I guess 2 years ago now, I went to a con, and Dante Bosco, the voice of Zuko, was one of the guests.
Oh, hell
and
yeah.
I got in this man's line, and I showed him a picture of that kid and told him this story. And I flat out said up front, I'm not here, you know, I'm sorry I'm not here for an autograph or anything like that. I have to tell you about this story. He thought it was hysterical.
Oh,
I mean,
100%. He seems like a cool dude.
A lot of them are. Some of them aren't, but a lot of them are.
Pretty much everybody, every celebrity I've met at a con, I've been lucky enough that they've been awesome people.
Heck yeah.
Tara, Tara was awesome when I talked with her. I honestly had no idea how she was going to take my request for that line about Idol in the trains.
I'm so surprised. I'm still, like, flabbergasted that you got that done.
In the chat, but that's God tier. That's amazing.
That is God tier.
But what you didn't see was that it was so loud at that convention, and that she had to retake that line about 4 or 5 times because she honestly couldn't hear the whole thing.
Oh wow.
But she got it in the end, though. She nailed it, and she kept trying until she got it.
That was such a good.
Yeah, that was so good.
And Drake had no idea that I was doing that, because I had no idea that she was offering recorded lines until I was right there or up near her table.
Oh, nice. Also, I just realized, is my stream in vertical? Why does it look like it's in vertical on my end?
It looks like you've got it in. Oh my god, it's in YouTube short format.
Why is it in YouTube short format?
Why have you done this? Why have you done this?
How have I done this?
It's been like this for approximately 80 minutes.
No one's told me.
It wasn't like that at first, I think.
No, I've been watching it. It's just I thought it was just because I had my shit minimized.
Oh my gosh! I just
Ladies,
popped in
gentlemen,
to
and
see.
others,
I just popped.
ladies, gentlemen, and others, this man has been streaming for 5 years now.
As a
Oh,
YouTube
man.
short.
This whole thing is available as a YouTube short. Oh my gosh!
I think the best part of this whole mess is the fact that you're doing the Discord chapter.
Yeah, 100%. I'm doing the Discord chapter right now.
Now, what I'm going to need you to do is I'm going to need you to say the title, and then I'm going to need you to turn it upside down.
Hey, I've already done the title and turned it upside down. I actually have that already. That's one of the few things have recorded from this chapter.
Here,
Oh,
I'll flip it upside down and I'll copy paste it in the live stream chat.
that explains why the plushies are all weird like that. Okay, I thought you were just bored.
No, because on my screen it looks fine. It just looks fine.
It's okay. Like there, honey. You don't listen to anyone else, man. You do you. It's okay.
Well, I just need to show because thing is that my computer, like, I had to reinstall Windows like 2 weeks ago, and
What?
my whole OS
you
just
go.
completely broke so hard, and when I opened up Streamlabs, I'm like, why is the whole thing in vertical? That's weird. And so I fixed it. So it looks fine on my end. It just looks vertical. I had no idea it would look vertical everywhere else.
Oh, this is you.
Yeah, that's what it looks like on mine.
Let me get a short. Let me get this. Just keep it through it.
I have the stream opened in a new tab because I was going to monitor for like audio quality to see how everyone sounded on it, and I'm just like, why the fuck is it in vertical?
This is what I see for like 80 minutes.
Why?
How did nobody tell him about this? Why are we such terrible people?
Well, what the comments say? We thought it was just being funny.
That was for the meme. Oh man, like I saw Pence's thing of something about the squished, horizontally compressed Nox is just so adorable. I'm like, what do you mean? It just looks like all the other plushies. And then now I know what they were talking about. Because
Oh, that's right. You can see it side by side. You can see your screen and you can see the squish plushie next to it.
Kind of amazing.
oh my gosh, I wasn't expecting this much of a curse stream. I think I would have to restart the stream if I wanted to fix it. This is, you know what, I'll be honest, this is probably what I deserve after not streaming since like June or something, like really early this year.
Spent 5 months on your YouTube page back before we started.
Oh yeah, and also only releasing one video this entire year. Also, before I forget, Happy New Year to all the Central Time Zone people!
Hooray!
Hey, we made into 2024 with such a cursed and scuffed live stream.
Yay!
And many more to come.
I can't wait to get to the real mountain time zone.
Hell yeah, real mountain time, let's go. Are we in the same time zone?
Apparently, no. I think we figured it out. I forgot. I just forgot who. I think it was Pence. Someone we're talking to. We established. Apparently, there's 2 mountain time zones.
There's Arizona mountain time zone, and then there's regular mountain time zone.
Exactly. And I'm in
Nobody
Arizona.
There's only one time zone, and all the rest are non-canon.
Are you talking about Greenwich? Sorry, we don't talk about non-American time zones here. But you know what's really funny about Arizona time zone is that Arizona itself doesn't observe daylight savings time, what the Navajo reservation does, but inside the Navajo reservation, there's the Hopi reservation that doesn't. So if you take
we just basically say fuck all that nonsense.
So if you're traveling through a very specific part of Arizona, you'd have to change your clocks at least 5 times.
I think that's on the Arizona New Mexico border.
Yeah, something like that. But oh my god, time zones are fun. Am I right?
Nah.
No.
They make it impossible to plan. Yeah, I remember this first project I was working on way back in 2016. It was like I found this group through like Equestria Amino because that like really popped off right then, and now it's kind of dead. And they're like, "Oh yeah, we're
daily."
But they were like, "I want to do a like audio production," and I'm like, "Yeah, I want to be a part of this audio production thing. Let's go." And so they're like, "Okay, time for this meeting is this time." They lived on the West Coast, so what they didn't realize is that they were setting what they thought was a reasonable time for a meeting at like 8, but that meant people on the West Coast were like, or on the East Coast was like, "Yeah, we can't do that. It's too early in the morning." Man.
Which is why the Nintendo Directs are always like 10 o'clock.
That makes sense.
Yeah, makes complete sense. It's also why my job has a night shift, so we can call people in Alaska and Hawaii and Guam if need be.
Nobody calls people in Alaska, Hawaii, or Guam.
No, no one does. But the option's there if people need it.
No, nobody needs it.
No one needs it, and no one wants to call us. And no one expects us to call them either, because they always think we're scamming them, which, fair's fair. Yeah, but hey, it's all in a good day's work, right?
Yep.
Though I might consider moving to the day shift, but that is something I'm still deciding on, because that would mean almost completely flipping it. Because instead of being in work at 4 in the afternoon, I'd have to be at work by 7 in the morning.
Honestly, if I had to work a night shift, the 4 o'clock doesn't sound that bad. Because when I worked the second shift, it was 1:30 to 10.
Oh, I kind of like that timing, though.
When I got off work, I would stay up to like 2 or 3.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll go to bed and wake up around 8 or 9. And then I just didn't do anything because within a couple hours I had to get ready to go to work.
That's kind of what I'm doing now, is that I'm waking up at like 2 in the afternoon because I stay up until like 4 or 5 in the morning because I don't get off till 12:30.
That's all. You know what my schedule is right now? I work first shift, and I'm used to waking up around 4 in the morning to go to work between 6 or 8 o'clock. I work weekends at 6 o'clock to 4:30, and then Monday and Friday weekdays is 8 to 6:30.
Oh wow!
10-hour days, but because of that, I get 3 days off.
That's the one thing I miss. I wish I could work 4/10s because those are so much easier to work than 5/8s. But my work doesn't allow 4/10s. They offer this much weirder schedule, which people just refer to as 5/9s. But what happens is that you get a day off, work 4 9-hour shifts. The next week you work 1 8-hour shift and then 4 9-hour shifts.
That sounds horrendous.
So you get a day off every other week to get the 40 hours, but you're there 1 day more.
So the way my schedule works, because there's other people. There's other shifts that work 8-hour days. Our shift works 4 10s, and we're kind of like a support shift that works weekends.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so we get 3 days off. Well, how that works is when the holidays come up. So, example, my work gives us a New Year's Day off.
Oh, same, yeah.
And we get Monday off. We get tomorrow off. Well, my days off are Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
So I got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Well, she approved my Friday off. So this one holiday gave me 5 days off, Monday through Friday.
Hell yeah, let's go.
For Thanksgiving and Christmas, they give us, Christmas Eve, they gave us 2 days off. So
Okay.
what some of the guys have been doing is they would save their PTO
Mm-hmm.
for the end of the year. So Christmas was a Sunday and Monday, right?
Yeah.
So example, what some people would do is they would be like this: if they had enough PTO left, they would work. They would get Sunday, Monday off. Okay, no problem. So we're gonna use my schedule for example. So I'll get Sunday, Monday off. Oh hey, look, I got Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday off. I'm gonna use PTO and take the 29th, the 30th, and 31st off. So that's 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what's that? We get Monday off, which is the 1st. What's that? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I get off as well. So by taking those 3 days off, you would effectively gotten the 24th to January 5th off.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
So a lot of guys at work will do that. So today when we came in, we're going to be the only shift working today. There's 3 shifts that make up my D shift. Like there's 3 different schedules that are, we fall under, like a D1, D2, D3.
Yeah.
D2 was off today. So because they were off, there's only like 20 of us in this building that's bigger than a Walmart Supercenter.
Oh my gosh.
And so we all had a vote, and we're all like, yeah, we just want to go home early. We'll take the pay loss today, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Because like some of us right now had like an example for me, had the Friday off. So
Yeah.
I got a half day today, and I'm off until next Saturday.
Okay. Yeah. Man.
But like you're saying is though it's different because I'm tired right now. Like I'm trying to stay up, but because I'm so used to waking up anywhere between 4 to 6 o'clock in the mornings.
You're hitting you're slowly creeping up to the wall right now.
Yeah, because if you look at today, I woke up at 4.
Yeah.
So 4 p.m. was the 12-hour mark.
Okay.
So it's 11 o'clock right now for me. So I'm approaching almost 18 hours right now. 8.
Yeah, and whereas me, I'm like, yeah, I woke up at I stayed up until
Actually, no,
10, 10 this morning, and then I slept until 6, and then I got up, made dinner, made cookies, and now I'm streaming.
That's the second mention of cookies, Drake.
That's not Drake. That's Knox.
No, I'm saying I'm just telling Drake.
Sorry,
Second mention
sorry.
of cookies.
Disregard that.
It sounds like the universe is aligning this message, saying you should probably
partake in some cookies.
Yeah, keys.
Which is coincidentally, I have cookies for sale. You want to buy some?
Oh, nice.
Nobody wants to buy your cookies.
Yeah, I don't have cookies for sale. If I did, it would have been great.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I kind of messed up the batch that I made just before coming on stream because I thought I was only going to have enough time to make one batch. So after I made the first batch, I turned off the oven. And I'm like, I still have a little bit of time. So I put another batch in the oven. Forgot that I turned off the oven.
You never have time for extra batch cookies. That is always a mistake.
I thought he was going to say it's because he made 5 pounds of fudge.
I mean, yes, that's also true. Also, have you ever seen a recipe for fudge? It is kind of ridiculous. The recipe that I follow called for 4 cups of sugar, a whole can of sweetened or of evaporated milk,
Oh god.
2 pounds of chocolate chips, and a pound of marshmallows.
And there is a guy who does hilarious cooking videos based on like Depression era cooking.
Oh, Bill and D. Hollis?
Oh my god, he's amazing.
He's so good. I love Bill and D. Hollis.
Because some of his stuff, you're just like, what even is this? And then it's like, oh, this is bad.
I love how chocolate just makes everything taste better. He's like, there's a potato in this cake. That's not okay.
You know what? You just reminded me of a channel I haven't seen in a while because I don't know if he still makes stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But he was this guy that would act like, I think he was like Scandinavian, like in the Scandinavian countries.
Yeah.
So he had the accent, and he was like, "What you need is sugar," and then he was like, "Fuck," and he would just like throw it on the table. He's like, "Now butter," and you see the butter, melt butter, and he screams at it like, "Oh!" And the next thing you know, it's melted. He's like, "Oh, cookies, boom!" And it would just be like, all suddenly he had cookies together, yell at it, "Oh!" And the cookies would be all melted and shit. Like I mean,
as far as like YouTubers that I cannot stop laughing at, every time I see this dude, I lose my mind.
Oh. Sad little orange. Hold on, what? I need to watch this now.
Oh, a sad
Oh,
little
shit.
orange.
It's so real.
I've only seen him out of context in where it's like, ooh, grilled cheese. And then the grilled cheese falls in between the cabinet and the oven. He's like, oh, God! And everyone's just like duetting him with just like big ass guitar solo. Da, 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 da. Oh, God!
The sad little orange. Every time I see it on my dash, I'm just like, oh my god, this is great.
Sad little orange. Oh, that's so
Question.
good.
Have you showed Knox the Aster Tricks videos yet? Or Scooter Tricks, that's his name.
Oh, no, I don't think I have.
Show him Ponies versus the French. Link it in the live stream chat.
Congrats, people. I guess you're going to have entertainment now.
You won't be having a podcast, you'll have actual entertainment for the first time in this stream.
So this amazing guy...
Also, these are the
has
cookies
been-
I made.
So, I think
amazing guy.
I know I've linked the Scooter Tricks videos in
I don't
the
see the
chat
cookies.
before.
You didn't see the cookie. Where are the cookies at?
But
They're in the chat.
Ponies versus the French
There they are.
is amazing.
No.
I found the
Fuck,
link.
is there brownies?
No, they're chocolate chip cookies.
Oh, okay.
Those look delicious.
They're great. And despite them having double chocolate, it is not too sweet.
Showed us this. I remember this one. Yeah, you showed me this. You showed me this, Drake.
Oh, I think I've seen this in
this-
memes channels and other servers.
Oh my god, this is great.
Uh,
You're talking about Megan being on
Megan.
$20 shit.
Megan just being so done with everything.
just so
It's like-
done.
Whoa, you guys
Ponies don't eat meat.
too?
Yeah, don't let the little chickens get near you. It's like, that was one time.
You gotta take down your factories. They're
Oh,
polluting.
you know I
the
can't.
planet.
I cannot eat. You know I can't control myself when someone gets in front of me. It's like, what the fuck?
We will give you so many
This has been playing on a loop in my head for the last few months. The Ponies versus the French video.
The guillotine's on strike.
As the women are taken, the children decide to take a stand.
They may take our women, but
Like,
we
this
don't
dude is
take our women.
absolutely glorious.
And to be honest, with how off the rails the old pony cartoons were, I'm not surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the actual dub.
found the channel. I found the channel I was talking about. This guy hasn't made a video in like 7 years.
Or at least I was until that English dog usurped me and stole my thing.
Not the French guy, the one that screamed, the Viking screams at butter.
Yeah. Oh, the screams at butter.
He's like, melt butter! Ah! And the butter's melted.
Water! Fire!
You got yourself a deal.
Yeah, like you do that. You would like yell at water, and the water would be boiling. It's like, oh, good lord. Oh, that's
Achy! No juice!
No. Buttons, that's wrong.
I'm gonna find it for you, man. I'm gonna find this fucking video.
How are we gonna get in? If I think hard enough, there'll be a way in.
But you know what? They actually reminded me about this French. Oh my god. You guys look at this stuff.
Straight to the French.
Total suck it.
Can't these guys just arrange
Total suck it.
Am I right? Stop that.
How are we gonna get out of here?
I've got an idea.
No.
Buttons.
Just then.
Buttons! No!
That's wrong.
She should be ashamed of herself. What? It's the French. Get them.
Hey, look, some defenestration.
So, the women and children did the fixing, overthrowing the French monarchy to help create another French monarchy. Thank you, little fat ponies. I shall now honor my will. I surrender.
Oh, no, you don't do that now.
Okay, this is the video. Yeah, I'm gonna link this to you guys.
Habit.
You can watch the whole thing, but around the 1 minute and 20-second mark is the melt butter thing. If you just want to skip all the way to that.
Okay, hold on. We can skip all the way to that. Okay.
In 1 minute.
Make sure you post these links in the YouTube.
Oh, 100%.
In the live stream thing, so they know what we're talking about.
All right, guys. Here now, this is what I'm talking about the guy melting butter. You can watch the whole video, but skip to the 1 minute and 15-second mark.
Oh my gosh.
Well, he certainly did do that.
He certainly did do that. Yeah. My gosh, look at his kitchen.
I wasn't exaggerating when I screamed.
Oh, 100%. You know what's funny is that I saw like a video where this guy's like, and time for making pancakes, and it's like time for some maple syrup, and just pours a 5-gallon bucket over this tiny sack of pancakes, goes all over the counter, and then this dude just cuts in and be like, and then the video shuts, and then you're just left staring at all the maple syrup. Are you happy with yours? That just goes on this existential thing. Now you have to clean that up. All due to your hubris of trying to get famous for using way too much maple syrup. It goes on for like a solid 5 minutes.
Hey, John. Thank you for introducing me to this. Tomorrow I'm gonna have to go through this guy's channel. This is like exactly in my wheelhouse.
Which one? The mealtime guy?
Yes.
But I said he hasn't made a video in like 7 years.
Well, that's still a lot to go through.
Oh. Oh, yes.
I knew you would react like that to this video. Come to make an announcement. I need to post this in the main chat.
This took so much time to make.
Sonic is a bitch ass motherfucker with a small dick.
Honestly.
Gonna piss on the moon. I wonder how many takes it took to get this to sync up to the video.
Oh my god. I'm pissing on the moon.
48 hours till the piss droplets.
Oh my god, what?
Take that, Obama! Pissing on the moon!
That is amazing. Oh,
I killed Desk. Let's go.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna have to make a drink real quickly. I'll be right back.
Oh hell yeah!
Oh my
I
god.
think we're about to
I'm
break. Actually,
crying.
we're about to break. I say.
That was so great. Oh, I wish I could send that to Alfred. That would be amazing.
Oh, I'm sure he's seen it.
Oh, probably.
Oh, here we go. The little grilled cheese. Little grilled cheese. Oh God! I need to. I have so many videos. Oh yeah, nope. Close. Close. This is so loud. Close. Oh man, my titles on some of these do not help me at all. That last one was this called Ah. Me, but I'm fighting against all my my titling. Oh
God,
my.
did we just have we completely lost the rest of the server?
Oh,
It's
probably.
like nobody has posted
Yeah.
anything on YouTube or in the live stream
That-
chat channel.
Well,
aside from us.
we're just a podcast at this point. They don't need to interact with us because the funnies will come eventually.
There's still people in here, right?
A little bit, probably. Hopefully.
It's really just us.
It is just us. Oh wait, is this the one I'm thinking of? Yep. This is.
We're 17 people interested. Nobody else is here.
Oh yeah. I just love how that's like actually in the show. Ice skating, then sent to hell.
Okay, I got some liquid courage eggnog.
Yeah.
Oh,
we're
hell
in
yeah.
there, buddy.
What the hell did I miss?
You missed some good ones.
Oh yeah, and all those posts from me further.
TikTok.
Hello, Solus.
Hey, Aster! Welcome to the stream!
All those posts from me above the ponies versus the French are just random selections from my memes folder. I was posting them there to see if anyone would notice.
Oh my god. I seen the Jesus Roman one. That was funny.
Oh, that one's so much fun.
Oh my god, the fucking ice skating.
The ice skating one is my favorite. I just love how that's like not smashed together or anything. That's actually what happened.
Oh.
They say that shit was wild.
What gets me is that, I never watched the original My Little Pony cartoon, but what gets me just from watching Scooter Tricks' videos is, damn, there was a lot of bondage in 80s MLP.
There was a lot of things. Like, there's a reason why one of the favorite memes to be shared around another server is like the writer's barely disguised fetish. I need to find that to share it because
I mean,
it is prolific.
From the documentary I watched, they said the ladies that created the concept didn't really get a say in the show. It was all guys that had to write the show,
Mm-hmm.
and this is basically what they wrote, like actual like fantasy. And it was, I mean, it's trip. It's wild. I haven't actually watched the show, but the clips I see, especially the ones you're linking right now, are just. I really thought that one with the ice skating was fake. That looks like something from like early 2000s.
It's so funny where it's just like, it's just such a dramatic cut from ice skating in a lovely song to they're getting sent to Pony Hill.
Like their song was that bad. They just got excommunicated.
They got excommunicated from life.
It's like, we're not doing this no more. You're done.
We're not taking this shit anymore. Oh man! Oh. I need to find that meme now because.
Your excuse. I'm curious to see what you come up with.
I don't know if I can find that meme because, like, I know the words on the meme, but I've never seen, but I don't know what the meme itself is called.
That deer video.
Oh, here it is.
The what video?
That deer video.
Yeah.
I'm gonna post something. Give me 1 second.
Drake post something? What?
I'm gonna post a thing. Me and one of my friends, every time we need a good laugh, we remember that during World War II, the American forces tried to make a thing called the bat bomb.
Oh yeah, the bat bomb. I know that.
I don't think you guys have heard of it. I don't think you ever saw what they actually wanted it to do.
Oh my.
Guide missiles, I think, right? Or was that the one with pigeons in it?
You need to see this.
I'm watching it right now.
Oh, where did you post it?
I posted it in the live stream group.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this is old school History Channel.
This is just so amazing. Shaking them out like a fucking ice tray. Like
Oh my gosh! What? How did they ever think that this was going to work?
It's so funny looking.
Hold on, I'm only 15 seconds in. Oh no, it just looped. It just looped itself.
Yeah, it just looped. It just looped. They just wanted to release a bunch of bats, and that's it.
No, the bats had like fire bombs attached to them. It was
Oh,
supposed
okay.
to burn down Japan.
No, they're the
This
incinerary.
I got one. This guy's stuff is always a riot.
I'm scared. Does he have that Sonic talk you guys?
Oh, I love that.
Wait, where?
It's in,
Livestream.
we're just posting in live stream now.
Oh, okay.
Would you date me? Breathe if yes. Recite the Bible in Japanese if no.
Thinking of stupid clips.
Oh my god. Let me ask.
Me and BHS watched this anime ages ago.
Welcome, Salty.
Still amazing.
It's
this,
not.
This clip is still amazing.
Not yet. We got another half hour till our till our thing.
And then
But-
we still got West Coast.
Still got Mountain and West Coast to celebrate, so we're going to be sticking around for a little bit. We're just watching memes at this point. Oh my! What are those wolves? Hold on.
Best. The absolute best.
They
I
just
like
abducted
them.
that guy.
They just look like sock puppets.
You ever seen I know Desk and Drake should have seen it, but you ever seen the Monty Python skit Silly Walks?
Oh yes.
Silly Walks, man. I don't think I've seen that one. No.
Oh my god. Let me find you a
Is this
condensed
enough for
version.
both of us?
I am a devoted Monty Python fan. My best friend in high school and I actually did the Dead Parrot sketch for our last drama
Really?
club performance. Yep.
He told me he was tired after a night shack.
Yeah, well, it was one of the proudest moments of my life.
Oh, here, you know what? Just for the, I'll link you the whole skit in the,
Yeah, I'll
chat.
have to like catch it after stream or
Yeah.
something.
but
Yeah,
taking
that's
a step-
definitely gonna get like.
it's
flagged.
great.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna take it something a little less silly and more serious. I know this is a 180 or 90-degree turn on the topic, but I was watching a video and I think they said that they did something. You ever seen Jurassic Park 3 where the guy 3D printed the Velociraptor voice box?
Oh yeah, Alan.
Well, they said that they did something, and they did something similar to that, and they think they have an idea what a Tyrannosaurus Rex would have sounded like.
Oh my gosh, that's
And
cool.
It's not a roar.
No.
And it's not a roar. Let me find that real quickly. But it is people. I was listening to it, and people in the comments were like saying if they actually heard this in real life,
I have nothing to
they
hide.
think this will be more scarier than that. So I can find it.
Given that I've heard the thing that you're talking about, I agree. That is straight up nightmare fuel.
Let's see if I can find it real quickly. It just came out. I'm going to try to find it.
Have you ever heard of the greatest supervillain ever, Lord Deathman?
All right, I'm putting in the live stream chat. This is what they think a T-Rex might have sounded like based off their research. Is this what you saw, Drake?
It just kind of sounds like a cow.
Just listen. Just keep listening to it.
Sounds like a demonic cow.
Yeah, I don't like it.
No, I don't like it either. It definitely sounds like a demonic cow.
You know what else sounds demonic? You've heard the kookaburra sound effect that's used in movies all the time. That it's in like every stereotypical jungle scene from old movies.
Yeah.
This is what a kookaburra actually sounds like.
I've heard these before. Yeah.
Just watch the clip.
Because don't they use like kookaburra laughing to like mimic monkeys or something in sometimes?
Yeah, but this does not sound like that.
Sounds like a diesel engine trying to cold start.
Keep listening.
It definitely sounds like an engine trying to cold start.
It's so weird. I was gonna say there's it's a famous video by now, or more recognizable. Do you ever seen the video with the shoe? Was it the shoehorn bill or that big prehistoric looking like stork / crane?
Oh, I don't think so. No.
Let me see if I can find it real quick. The shoe bill stork sound. I'm gonna post it in the live stream chat and then the group chat. About the 35-second mark is when he kind of starts making the noise.
Oh, okay. Hello, Warlord. Welcome to the chat.
This is not the actual.
Sorry for the vertical screen. I have no idea how to fix it without restarting it, and we're in too deep now.
So that's what they normally make, and this is the sound that they normally make, I guess, when they're excited or threatened. And yeah, I want you to compare the contrast. Like, okay, he's just making some like coo 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 noise compared to this bullshit.
Yeah, one just sounds like
Jesus,
a jackhammer a little bit. God, that's just gunshots. Who gave the animal a power of sounding like like some gunshot? We're taking fire. No, it's just Bill. He's getting excited.
Yeah, that one's going in my list of inspirations for Nightmare Fuel.
Damn, nature, you scary.
I mean, we should know this by now. Like, nature does some fucked up shit all the time.
Yeah.
Like, have you seen the explanation of like how anglerfish breed and whatnot?
Yeah, that's.
Yeah. Like the female absorbs the male.
Like, they thought that they didn't even have males of the species to begin with because they couldn't find any. It's like, oh no, all the fins, the males just burrow into the female and then just get absorbed, and that's how they breed. And I'm like, why, nature, how the hell did this become the default?
Yeah, the male just becomes a living gonad. It's fine. Why would that not be okay?
Oh my gosh.
Somebody's fetish.
Oh my god, don't know.
I mean, it is probably. I've been on for me and Drake's been on for Affinity long enough to know that.
This is for Affinity you're talking about. I've never heard of it.
I follow you on it.
You just linked it the other day.
Nah, I don't know what you're talking about.
You.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I have your werewolf gif from that site.
This is what forgiveness sounds like.
He just muted you.
You can't mute me in my own stream.
Forgiveness sounds like a lot of screaming and then silence.
No, what's going to happen? He's going to leave your stream and make his own stream right next to yours.
You know where I got that from,
I'm gonna make
right?
my own stream with blackjack and hookers.
You know where I got that while
Forget the blackjack.
Right?
I don't think so. No, it sounds familiar
Have you
though.
ever seen llamas with hats?
Oh, I've seen clips from that. I've seen a lot of.
Oh my god.
Carl, that kills people.
The fandom also made one with Lyra doing that.
Of course they did.
Awesome.
Because you know what? Lyra eating hands makes about as much sense as anything else.
Oh, 100%. Have you seen the guy that perfectly pulled off the, like, ocelot, like, gun revolver stuff?
I've seen that. Yeah, that's amazing.
I'm like, I've never played any of the Metal Gear Solid games, so when this just comes across my post, I'm like, they just really wanted to fill some dead air with this, didn't they?
Okay, you need to understand that Kojima is a madman. And I'm not being, like, facetious.
I mean,
Kojima's mad.
wasn't he the one that gave us Death Stranding? Wasn't Kojima the one that gave us Death Stranding? Or
Absolutely.
Yeah, like
and Death Stranding was Death Stranding was Kojima off his leash.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it was a very interesting game. I don't know how they ever thought that looked like Earth in any way, shape, or form, or looked like America in any way, shape, or form. But it was a fun game with interesting lore.
Westaboo.
Wait, what? Westaboo?
Yes.
West of
Kojima is that guy who walks into the office wearing a giant cowboy hat and
Yeah.
calling everybody y'all.
just Doctor Strange loving it up.
Like, I believe this to be true because
uh,
so much of his
wait.
stuff is based in like his fantasy version of the U.S. that is essentially Super Texas.
The first Strand type game, first and only so far. I mean, if all Strand type games were at that level, it'd be a really interesting series. But you don't just get to name your genre like that.
Knox, you do know what a weeaboo is, right?
Yes, I have a lot of friends that are board or on the chair or that are chairs of anime bonsai. So I do know what a weeaboo is.
Yeah, Westaboo is essentially a weeaboo, but for American stuff.
I mean, that's fair. Oh, have you seen like the weird, fucked up like timeline things where it was like, you could realistically you could have a gunslinger, a samurai, faxing Abraham Lincoln happen in the real world, and I'm like, no, that just can't be.
It's true.
It's true, but it messes with my head so hard. Also, so I saw this one post where it was like, gunslingers of the West are just Western witches that only know fireball.
I mean, when in doubt, just
Just, I don't care how many people are. I didn't ask how many people are in the room. I cast fireball.
Oh my gosh, we got 20 minutes before New Year's.
I'm escaping.
What are we gonna do to fill that time?
Oh my gosh. I'm just looking at more memes in my meme folder. Yeah, all my best memes come from Tumblr because only the best get reblogged over and over again. No one cares how old it is. It will stay on there till the site dies.
I've been on Blue Sky since the end of August, and I'm getting, and I really like it there. I'm getting a lot of old school Tumblr vibes from it. I mean, it's most of the people I follow on there are absolutely insane, but that's part of what makes it fun.
Oh yeah, I haven't gone over to Blue Sky yet because
You want an invite? I can give you one.
Maybe, but I hardly even visit Twitter because I visit three sites, maybe four if I get pinged for it. It's DeviantArt, Tumblr, Furfinity, and Twitter, and those are all the pony art sites that I then just share to like 5 or 6 servers depending on the people's tastes in them.
That makes sense.
It's kind of funny because like a lot of the stuff that I post, especially in like the chats, especially like the NSFW chats, I just find cool art and I'm like, I'm sure someone would like that over here. That's how because I'm actually Arrow Ace, so I have no care for any of that stuff, but it's kind of like the Red Skull kind of thing. I lead others to a treasure I myself cannot achieve.
Yeah. Well, I'm in the same boat, buddy.
It's very funny. No matter how many times all my friends say, you can't... this is coming from the Arrow Ace guy, huh? Because apparently I say some of the lewdest shit, and I'm like, hey, it's not me that's being lewd, it's your brains.
So I'm going to implicate myself here and tell you what happened back in February at my local Comic-Con. And, I came out as Aero Ace about 8 years ago. So, I was done with all that stuff a long time ago from my perspective. So, as I go up to Comic-Con and I'm waiting in line, I get into a chat with a cosplayer, and Sailor Moon comes up, and that's obviously a passionate subject for me. So I start talking about Sailor Moon, and I do not notice that that the person behind us in line is watching me and listening. And,
I think I've heard of this. I think you've told me this story.
So,
I want to hear it.
well, you guys are gonna hear it anyway.
Oh, fuck.
But, me being me, I didn't notice I was being watched or listened to. And as we're progressing through the line, I hear this guy from behind us, say "excuse me" in this very heavy Southern accent, because we are in Virginia. And I turn around, and I and the cosplayer both turn around, and the cosplayer says yes. So I see this, I guess sort of, one could describe him as a redneck type. Oh yes, that's very cute. Trucker hat, a pot belly. And he doesn't seem to be the kind, who you would expect to find in line for a Comic-Con. But, but you see all kinds. So, he says, so this guy says, she wants to talk to your friend. And then I see that behind this guy is this pretty cute girl with long red hair, glasses, and she is radiating social anxiety. Just broadcasting it for the whole line to see. And I figure, okay, so girl wants to talk to the cosplayer. That's fine. And so the cosplayer looks at me, and I realize that the possible redneck guy was talking about me. She wants to talk to me. So this girl comes out from behind the man whom I'm assuming is her dad or her uncle or some kind of relative or something like that, and she's very shy and very nervous, and she looks right at me, and she asks, "How old are you?" And my brain basically comes to a screeching halt, and I can
you're getting
hear
judged.
this little voice in my head screaming, "Now! This happens now! Oh, you asshole! Of course it happens now!" And so I have this brief, but furious internal battle over how to respond. And the only answer I can come up with is the correct one, is the truthful one. So I tell her, and this poor girl is, you can see the disappointment on her face, and she just zips behind the guy, back behind him, mortally embarrassed.
Wait, what?
So I call out to her and I say, I'm really sorry, and this guy, he adds helpfully, "She was hoping you were 18.
Oh no.
How old did you were?
I am, at the time I was 38.
Holy shit.
Hey, I mean, I guess that's a compliment in all things.
Like that, let me find that picture. This reminds me of that picture. The video. Let me find it real quick.
As you could guess, he's a little bit of a babyface.
Yeah, I'm like, that's why I'm like, hey, it's a good thing if you look 18 when you're in your 30s.
Meanwhile, people were looking at me when I was 18. I'm like, God, you're a monster, aren't you?
People were looking at me when I was 16 and thinking I was like 25. So.
Here you go. Your whole story reminds me of this.
Oop.
Watching now.
There's a real video, and the guy just took this video and animated this over it.
Yeah, it was a lot like that.
Yeah, I can see that happening.
She sounded like a neat, like neatish,
Yeah.
and was like, oh my God, there's someone that knows about Sailor Moon.
Yeah,
It reminds me of you ever see the YouTuber called Asmongold?
I don't think so.
There's one. Well, I watch him, and then apparently what happened was something kind of similar, except this Japanese lady, she's a self-proclaimed NEET, apparently on her channel, and they happened to just jump in her stream, and caught him completely off guard because she just happened to came out of nowhere and just said, "Asmon Papa," and it just took him by surprise, and he was all embarrassed and shit because apparently she likes watching his streams, so she was just talking about him in her stream, and it just caught him by surprise at that exact moment. That's kind of what all this shit reminds me of. It's adorable.
Yeah. But yeah, God help me if I ever actually put together my Gendo Ikari costume. I've thought about it for years, and I think I could really pull it off. But I've just never. It's just I've never had the several $100 that I would need to do it justice.
$100.
His look is not a cheap one. First off, you got to rent a dark room.
But yeah, that is me doing the Gendo pose in my profile pic. But
that is a legit picture of you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I love that Wizards clip you posted.
Oh yeah, I've seen that on your streams a few times. I was like, I didn't know what the pose was called. I'll be honest.
That's why you need to watch more anime.
Hey, I've been slowly getting into it. I just don't have Crunchyroll, and I can't steal my brother's because he has too many people on his Crunchyroll already. I did start watching Attack on Titan a little bit ago.
Yeah, you don't need to watch Attack on Titan.
It was really interesting for the first few seasons, but then when it started becoming a political drama, I'm like...
Yeah.
I'm like, I stayed until I saw the one villainous scene that I saw someone do on it, and I was like, oh, that was really cool, and I love everything about it. But that started going off the rails.
Yeah, once it started to become widely known that the author of Attack on Titan is a rabid Japanese nationalist.
I'm gonna just say this right now. I don't want us to really get super into politics.
Okay.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm a firm believer in separating the art from the artist.
Same.
As far as all this stuff goes.
That's how I can still enjoy Harry Potter without supporting...
A person can be absolutely great at making art and be an absolutely shitty person.
100%.
Because, the guy who made Genshin did not turn out to be a great dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then again, people everybody has does weird stuff. I eat coffee soup, which is coffee with crackers in it. I eat cheesesteak. BHS does not because he doesn't understand.
You don't understand cheese. I mean, cheesesteak is pretty good.
He just doesn't like it.
Oh, I mean, that's fair.
Is it a texture thing?
Maybe
Texture?
that's what stops me from eating most foods, including ones I probably would like coconut.
That's fair. I was gonna say it was. So I finally looked at the live stream and I saw the that little animation with the old man and the bones. Oh my god, that's funny. Oh my god.
The Lord Deathman.
It just reminds me of that meme. It's like, call an ambulance.
Call an ambulance, but not for me.
Oh my god.
You were taking way too long. You know, I'm usually against violence, but in this case, I'm for it.
I knew the
Dude,
and that guy, the old man with the bones. I recognized him from somewhere until you posted that link. I didn't know where it was, and I appreciate you posting it. Let me find this band I've been listening to. Their mascot is the guy, basically that guy.
Oh, nice. Oh, that old guy with the bones, the wizard. Where it's just like, I know the greatest spell of all. Pulls out gun.
I'm glad you changed your name, you son of a bitch.
So, Knox, are you still
I'm
watching...
gonna throw out right now that is 100% an idle thing to do.
He's the one in Indiana Jones movie where the guy's doing flips and with his sword and he just pulls out his gun and just shoots the guy.
I mean, it's 100% a thing Idle would do because
it is. It would be.
As far as he's concerned, that is the way to solve this problem.
Hey, it's the quickest and easiest way to get to take care of the problem.
I just linked it in the live stream chat. You can't tell me they don't look right.
That does look really close to it, yeah. Oh, that actually brings me to reminds me of something that happened in the story chat either last night or the night before, where you're all talking about I can't remember who, maybe it was Abel, talking about changelings becoming Celestia, and that got me thinking, is it, and I'm like, wait, Chrysalis became Cadence, does that make Cadence a special exception to Alicorn, or no, it doesn't make either Cadence a special exception, Chrysalis a special exemption, or Firecorn a special exemption? Because he's like the only Alicorn that's kind of like non-existent at this point.
I'm going to say that the Fire Alicorn is definitely not a special exception.
Oh, okay.
But it is not a normal an Alicorn. Fire Alicorn is not a permanent thing and never was intended to be.
Like, not a permanent thing, and like he wasn't meant to be, he wasn't long for this world, or not a permanent thing in that.
Fire Alicorn as being like someone's Super Saiyan form for a short time. It was not meant. It was a thing meant from the old days. It was a thing for the old days. Basically, you got off one good shot, and then you were done.
Oh, okay.
First off, I want to say two things. First off, Happy New Year's to me.
Happy New Year's to the mountain people! Let's go!
Yep. And second, yes, 2.5 hours, and we finally get lore.
We finally went and we finally made the circle around and got to changeling lore.
We buttered him up so much now that he has. He feels obligated
the whole thing with the Fire Alicorn was, and it'll come up a little bit later.
Oh, once.
But like Celestia was not like super into the whole idea of giving this to Cadence and Shining. But it was one of those things, like, if she could figure out how to work it, she was going to make it a thing. Because, like she said, it might be a princely gift.
Oh, so making, like, Shining longer lived? Or
Yeah, she knows that Shining and Cadence...
It's going to end in a tragedy eventually.
Alicorns do not really reproduce.
No.
So... But there's never been male alicorns. Maybe.
Maybe.
Oh my God, it's her,
You know, maybe give Shining a last hurrah when he gets older. But, as everybody who's seen the show knows, the rules don't exactly work like that. Everybody's wrong.
Yeah. And now the fireworks are going off full tilt to the point where it sounds like there's a big old storm outside.
Yeah, same here. They've been doing that. They've been going on and off since
like 10. It's been going on for hours now.
Dude, I walked outside earlier and everyone and the haze is everywhere.
We get it, you vape.
That's funny. You know what? You're talking about that, and that reminds me that because it's a story that kind of popped, and rightly so. I enjoy it. It's called it's by Roshi Rat. Abducted, abandoned. I think that's it. I always forget it. It's 3 A's. It's like abducted, abdicate, and something else.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about with the guy that somehow, you know, he finds himself in Equestria. He's an alicorn, and he eventually gets taken into the castle. It's all him. I'm trying to find it.
I don't know that I've only followed a few.
Ascension, abdication, or abduction. That's it.
Oh, okay.
I'll link it in the.
Yeah, there's only been like 2 alicorn, or no, 3 alicorn main character stories that I've ever followed. 2 of them are unfinished, unfortunately. One was
a recent one.
Okay.
That popped up. It's popped. But sorry to interrupt, Drake. But when you're talking about for never male alicorns, that's what the premise of the story is. It's just some kid. You know, of course, you've heard it quite often before. Somehow, in our world, he's an alicorn, but he doesn't know it. Which I appreciate because it shows. I hate it when some people come, you know, they do he stories, and I know all this stuff that's going to happen. I know the show and things like that.
I know exactly what you're
This one again, the guy doesn't what you would assume. He doesn't know shit of the world. He doesn't know what the fuck's going on.
Mm-hmm.
He's just scared of everything. So he's been living on the streets for 2 weeks, and it starts off as him hiding in these boxes that he strategically places around the city. So he can spy on the ponies and tries to learn their culture, so he can try to learn their culture and everything else.
Adding to watch later because
he
to
gets,
read.
He gets caught. But what it is, he's young right now, but he's a male alicorn, and so you know, it's one of those pseudo partial reverse gender role societies. So
not gonna lie, I kind of love those.
Same here, but they do the interesting take where so now you have that going on. You know, so you know the males are more covenant because there's so few of them.
Mm-hmm.
But then what happens is he's a male alicorn. So now they're introducing that into the mix, and it's already hinted at Celestia has plans on him becoming a prince and all this other shit, and it's hinted that she has plans that they might continue the race in some way.
Yeah, oh, sorry.
But she's just trying to stay. Yeah, sorry, but it's just interesting the way it's written right now.
Yeah, you talking about that reminded me that. Oh wait, no, I've read more than just 4 stories with alicorns as the main character, especially HIE alicorns as the main character. One of them is called Equestrian Landings, and it's about it's one of those HIE stories where yes, it's a bunch of bronies getting sucked into Equestria, but it's Equestria from the far-flung past, and it's different in a. and it's different in a lot of ways. And the main character is a male alicorn, but the way that he looks and like the whole story itself is very RPG, heavily influenced. Where like, because like that's how like they got trapped in the first place, was it was a pony RPG that then Discord corrupted to bring heroes and quote unquote heroes and villains into Equestria. And everyone is told a different story, and his role, he was told, is to be a villain, and so he has to try and hide being his thing of being a villain because he looks more changeling-like than everyone else. He's not a changeling; he's actually an alicorn, but it's kind of like hinted throughout the story that that Celestia believes that he is a child. He is like a child of Nightmare Moon, because all these gamers, they can't tell anyone they're human. Discord's magic will like alter their voice so they can say that they're human, but all equestrians hear is that they're ponies or whatever creature that they've turned into.
The most oppressed group of all.
And so like they have to try and maneuver in this world where no one can understand what these people are. They just know a group of these people from all walks of life just appeared in the middle of this forest, and they're trying to like integrate into equestrian society until they can take out Discord or send them back home, kind of deal.
Is this story done or no? Does it get updated?
It hasn't been updated in a while, but it's a very intriguing reading so far.
I think I have seen this before, but again, you never know, because until this year, there's been like, including the story I mentioned earlier about the
actually I'll just post the link in the chat.
That's the author's name. Until he posted an update to that story, that is the fourth story this year that hasn't updated in like 3+ years.
Oh man!
Just randomly
if there was like 3 or 4 stories that I could like wish the author to like update like out of the blue, it would be probably Equestrian Landings, Cryo 7.
Oh my god, this hasn't updated in like.
It hasn't updated since 2017. I thought it updated
right?
much more
the
recently.
Guy hasn't been on since like the 2019.
He hasn't been on since 2019.
Oh my god.
So Equestrian Landings, Cryo 7, which Cryo 7 is like one of my favorite sci-fi stories because it doesn't start off with them being on Equestria. It's like, no, it's like more Star Trek-y, where you have diverse species, including humans, in the mix because like the equestrian homeworld was destroyed 1,000+ years ago, and the ponies like kind of spread all across the universe, and like finding refuge, almost like a Titan AE kind of story. Now that I think about it,
there's a reference you don't get much.
Right? How many times have you heard Titan AE?
You know what the worst part is? Titan A should have been a much more beloved movie than it turned out to be.
Oh, 100%. Like, I feel like there's a lot of Disney movies where they specifically just make it impossible for the movie to be, like, well-received. Like Atlantis, Titan AE,
yes.
Treasure Planet.
That Strange Worlds thing that came out last year.
NATO Ghost Rider.
I think that Strange Planet thing, it was a victim of its own, like, design.
Oh, it was also a victim of no advertising.
Yeah. Oh, but yeah, Cryo 7 is like, Twilight hires this random pilot, so it's like almost getting into Firefly-esque as well. He's hired to help find cryopods that has the rest of the main 6 in it, because they were supposed to be with Cryo 7, but Cryo 7 has been lost for centuries, and no one knows where it is. So they have to try. And and it's so good. And I can't say anything more about it, or else it's a spoiler.
I know the guy hasn't. Oh, so this one hasn't updated in a while.
It hasn't updated since 2020, and he hasn't been on for like a year now. But he is active occasionally in his Discord, which is mostly a ghost town until he remembers that he has a Discord or someone new joins. But it's a great read, and it's a long read too. Like, I guess not too long, 500,000 words. So you get a good amount of story from it.
Oh, okay. You know what this reminds me of? With another story that hasn't updated in a while.
Which one?
Changing the guard. I haven't seen that updated in like a while.
What about there's something about married? I think that's a lost gem that's probably never gonna get updated ever again.
I used to read his stuff with like Aegis Shield. And then they just fell off the map. He just fell off the map.
Sheer disrespect.
I'm absolutely called out here.
It started with the stream started with Idol with Drake thanking us for being a part of the series, and now we're just ragging on him.
Holy shit! Right in the fucking throat.
Remember Changeling's Perspectives? Man, that was such a good fic.
Changeling Perspectives is hard to write additional stuff for.
You could write an entire Idol story arc in there.
Something about Mary, but you ain't getting that either.
Yeah, I mean, you could have Idol in there, and no one would question it because people will just assume it's during the 10-year jump.
I can't put Idol in Changing Perspectives because Idol's going in the main fic.
Yay! Confirmation, everyone!
Oh, you spoiled it.
There you
We
go.
got confirmation. Idol's going to be in the main fic. Welcome, Amber, to the to the live stream. Or you could.
Nox,
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I have a question for you. Sorry, I tried to ask this a while back, but the conversation got derailed. Are you still,
As always,
when you watch anime, are you still dub only?
Dub only, because I can't read and watch the show at the same time.
Okay, so I have 3 series that I want to recommend to you that have some of the best dubs I've ever heard in my life. All 3 of these are great series.
Let's see. Dragon Ball Super. Yeah, I've seen a clip of Dragon Ball Z where it's like, I forgot my tractor.
This is a pretty diverse selection. But one of them is a superhero show, one is a romantic comedy, and one is basically John Wick with cute girls.
Interesting. This brings me. You say John Wick. Sorry, I have to derail the conversation here. We'll get back to it. You say John Wick with girls. I was watching John Wick 2 with my brother. I've never seen John Wick 2, but I've seen Cinema Win's coverage of John Wick 2, and my brother was absolutely convinced that John Wick got his car back in John Wick 1, and I bet him $20. I'm like, hey, he doesn't get his car back until the second movie. He's like, deal. So he's standing up there watching the subtitles, and then he sees, you have my car. He's like, no. He runs into the next room to escape his fate. And then he Venmos me $20 the next day.
That can't be true. It's impossible.
He was so adamant that he got his car back in the first one.
He spent all night reading to see if this was a deleted scene or not.
Oh, no, we were just casually watching it, and he's like, no!
Oh, yeah.
No! And
Greg, you got called out again in the YouTube chat.
Oh, yeah, your Changeling of the Guard is going to be finished by the US's 300-year anniversary. Plus 2 weeks to be on the safe side.
Like, it's honestly the story itself.
He has it. He knows what he wants.
You know what you want. You just don't know the details of it yet.
I knew. Like, I'll be honest with you.
Ooh,
This story was not supposed to be this long.
Oh, I think we've talked about this. You're like, he was supposed to get to Canterlot much sooner than he did.
This story was not a one-shot, but I was going to write, like, a chapter of Idle being thrown out of the hive, a chapter where he meets Topaz, a chapter where he meets Shining, like, and a couple chapters of him, like, just pointing out, like, how insane Equestria is. And it just took off.
Hey, your writing buddies of Idle just took over the pen for you.
73 chapters.
Your characters wrote themselves. Like, it's not too surprising.
Well,
And I've had so
uh,
much fun with this character.
It's so fun. To be honest, I thought you were going to end, like, Changing of the Guard, the first book, with Idle in jail, and be like, now the next series, here's the next book in the series. Like,
You know what? I thought about doing that, but then I'm like, you know what?
It would have been funny.
It's not. Yeah, it's good comedy. But
it's good comedy, and it would be a natural place to, like, here's the end of his first arc, and now the fallout of the wedding.
This second arc is not as long as the first.
That
So
and
it would be weird. I don't think I'd get 70 more chapters out of the story.
that and
Like,
go on.
But I do have I have an intention for how the story ends. I have an intention. I actually know how Idle's story ends.
Oh.
Not just the story ends, but how, like, where I want it to end with Idle.
It's what you all want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's what I wanted to do with it.
Sequel bait laden, and merch.
No, I don't. It's one of those things. It's one of those things where it's mid-cool bait is what I'm leaving for.
Oh, nice. But yeah,
So, like, I don't intend to be like, okay, and this is everything Idle has ever done, because there's some stuff that I've mentioned in the fic that is literally just bait for somebody to write out what crazy nonsense happened, like the Hydra in the distillery.
oh yeah, like you left a whole decade of a time skip for people to play around in.
You can, if somebody wants to write stuff that Idle did in
Fort Nowhere,
in that time period, and if they want to write stuff that Idle has done after he moves to the Crystal Empire.
Oh, I just realized we have that pick coming
If
up.
they want to write a chunk for after Idle marries Chrysalis and the father's like a mountain of foals, there's going to be a section for that.
I still love that one, like, little snippet before the that someone wrote where it's like Cersei likes to prank Shining by turning into a small version of him and leaps at him going, "Daddy!"
There's
I like the one where she tries to flirt with him and he's just like, "No, I don't like this." And Idle's just like, I don't like it either, but it's hilarious, and I'm going to let her keep doing it.
Yeah, I was actually telling Kama the other day when I was trying to hire him on to show up to the stream, and I actually calculated.
Wait, you're getting paid?
He's getting paid in booze and memes, but he has to provide his own booze. So it's BROB. So
you don't get any because you are a good friend and are supporting Vdrake on his keto diet.
Yeah, 100%.
BROB, bring Ramgu's own beer.
Bring Ramgu's own beer.
And you know what this one is? Speaking of this is called Pennsylvania Dutch eggnog.
Ooh, nice.
It is eggnog with supposedly dairy cream, rum, brandy, and whiskey.
Nice.
So the Pennsylvania Dutch are the Amish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you ever get Pennsylvania Dutch cheese or butter,
Oh, it's probably the best.
it is hand churned, like hand churned butter and hand churned and handmade cheese.
Oh yeah.
It is amazing.
Yeah. I used to live like 45 minutes away from Erie, and in Erie downtown there was a Amish furniture store. And it was
It always wild to me that whenever you mention that you lived in Erie, because I used to live in Erie.
If you lived in Erie from the process of 2014 to 2016, we probably lived in the city together at some point.
I've been living where I am now for 10 years, so.
Ah, dang. Yeah. I'm actually
Missed him by that much.
But yeah, we missed it by that much.
by that much. Oh, you know what's weird?
Anyway,
The weirdest thing is that Utah is famous for bees and honey and whatnot, but we have no good meads here. Like, you go to the state liquor store, and in the local the local wine section, there's only 2 different types of meads in there, and both of them are from California.
His mead has a bad, or had a bad rap for a while. Mead was essentially looked at like as not a drunkard's thing, but a
All person thing.
A rough person's thing.
Mm.
Like wine is, you know how wine is like classy?
Yeah.
But there's rot gut wine.
Yeah.
Mead is basically like considered like a rot gut wine.
Mead is good, no.
But mead is delicious.
Yeah. The funny thing is, anytime I mention mead around my friends who drink like whiskey and stuff like that, they're like, "Hey, the 1800s called. They want their mead back."
I told you about this before, right? I haven't gone to them in a while, but there's a local meadery here. Because what happened was, there's a pseudo microbrewery that opened up, and it's called 8 Bits, and they do a lot of video game style mead.
Oh, that's cool.
Beer. So, but when his buddy opened up a meadery next door, you know what it's called? The Scale and Feather.
Oh yes, you did tell me about this.
Yeah, D&D. So the one I have, the ones I got before are
Viking Blue.
Different, like similar things. Like one of them is called the D&D 5th edition, and it's or 5th edition. It's called 5th edition, and it has a crow that looks like a cloud with a haircut.
Mm-hmm.
And a dragon that has like the hair of like Sephiroth. and it's just double honey chops.
Oh,
There's
that's
another
cool.
one that I got that they haven't made for a while now. It's called Alduin's Bark or Alduin's Breath.
Ooh.
And it's mead, but they smoked the honey for 7 days first before they made it.
Oh, that sounds so good.
It has this like real like bark, like taste to it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I missed it again. I missed it again. I just didn't really think about it this year. But they have one that they call. Excuse me, I made a mistake. The normal one they have it of D&D is 2nd edition. The 5th edition or 5e is the one where they age the mead in a rum barrel for like 7 months.
Okay.
But they do all sorts of stuff like that.
Yeah, and eventually one of these years I'm going to make like the 10-hour drive down to specifically go to that tavern, pick up a bunch of bottles, and then drive back.
They're expensive, but here I'll link you the website to them.
Yeah, it's such a shame that I can't get any. You can't ship any alcohol in this state. It's so bad.
I could probably, if you ever want to, I could probably try to grab you one, lie about it, and just send it over there to you. look at the.
I'm gonna tell you right now, don't do that.
Yeah, don't.
You do not want to follow the ATF. Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. That is a group that you do not want to mess with.
Just don't tell anyone, damn it.
Yep. V, have you seen the shorts creator, Habitual Line Crosser?
No, I'm not familiar.
He just does a bunch of military. He's basically what I go to for like world news, and he's the guy that puts like faces on all the countries and planes and whatnot. And the personalities that he makes for everyone is hilarious. And the one that he made for the ATF is basically Schmeagol. He's like, we can't let them have guns. Only the government should have guns. And it's just a bunch of like off the walls things like that. And the personality that he makes for like the F-22 is he's just is a plane that's constantly getting blue balled because he needs some fucking meat in his diet. And no one will let him.
I love it.
It's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to make the drive down one of these days. I'll have to smuggle it in like a lot of people smuggle in fireworks from Colorado. Except no one's watching the southern border. Yeah.
You know, I just realized. Oh, that's funny. I got it. But you distracted us. But we got distracted. Drake was spoiling the layout of his entire story. He just stopped. He conveniently left out certain parts.
Yeah. Oh, and I was going to say,
they go visit the jungle and have to help Daring Do.
I would love. I need to catch up on Daring Do and the Cursed Chalice. I think it's called. Or
I think there's only 3 books.
3 chapters.
Excuse me.
And King Cucaracha. That's. Man, I can't wait.
Idol will forever be salty at Daring Do about that.
For stealing the cup from him?
Yeah. I wonder what would have happened had Idol actually had drinking out of the cup. Would he have?
Kind of did.
What? Is that why? Is that why he's able to take on Firecorn?
Yes.
Very briefly. He just needs to renew his vows with the Firecorn.
He's a pony. How did he carry the cup?
Yeah. I just always thought he just hooked it on his leg and just walked out of there. Walk hobble. But he's also a changeling, so he could just floated the mug out with him.
Chances are, he took the thing, had it in his mouth, and just carried it out as it was floating. Technically.
Man, is this going to come up in a new chapter?
Yeah, fuck no. I'm sorry to interrupt you like that, man.
But actually,
basically, just of the whole thing was,
or
is, Idol is basically riding a technicality. He is not supposed to be able to do what he's doing.
Oh man.
However, he's also not. However, the Alicorn is not also not supposed to survive. So it's like a time limit thing.
Oh.
But he's just not letting it go. He's not letting it finish.
Gotcha.
But it's also harmony magic being forcefully done.
Through a non-harmonious creature.
Everything is going wrong for it.
Yeah, no, I can definitely see that.
Like he's pulling it. He pulled it off, kind of.
He melted the last time, so I don't know if we can call that a success.
Like I said.
Well, yeah, we can call it pulling it off because, his leg got pulled off.
True.
Oh.
That's a different technicality.
Fish.
Yes, Idol is...
Come on, it's 2:30 in the morning. That deserves more of a laugh than that.
Well, it's 12:30 here.
It's 12:30. Yeah.
And I've been up for
2:30 in the only canon time zone.
I got up. Taking a step back, I got up at 4 o'clock today to go to work, so it's technically I've been up for 20 hours right now.
Oof.
Oh man. Hey, at least you got another 4 days ahead of you.
5. I took Friday off.
Oh yeah, a 5-day weekend. Just sleep all week and let's go.
Oh, before you continue, Drake, when it wasn't until Equinox pointed out, you don't, without looking it up, you probably will, but how long do you think it's been taking? How long do you think Colonel Hooves has been in the works? Don't look.
I'm not looking.
I'm gonna say 3 years.
Patrick got it. November was apparently was the 3-year mark for the story.
Oh, nice.
I'm fucking tired, man. I'm tired of writing it.
You've written some good stuff.
Meanwhile, over here,
Nothing has been written.
Nothing has been written in 3 years.
Well, meanwhile, over here, I've been writing my current story for over 9 years.
You Shattered Skies?
Yep. Which Knox needs to read.
Put all the blame on. We put all the blame on you because of Vdrake's server. But if we're going by your server rules, then it's Vdrake's fault.
Yeah. We got a sort of Mobius loop thing going on in terms of who's at fault.
Exactly. And what really matters is it's not mine.
But the good news is that after 9 years, I am now entering the final quarter of the story.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say the final part of part 1.
The final half of part 1.
Nope, I've got 4 acts planned out, and I started on Act 4 in October.
Ooh.
Nice.
And then once it's done, this thing is fucking done. And I am going to be very happy to move on to other stuff that's nowhere near as large in scale.
It'll only be 8 years.
Yep, it'll be 8 years because you'll try and write a smaller scale story, and then your characters are like, "No, we're going to continue this."
I need my backstory.
Yeah, but I mean,
we need that sweet lore.
I love doing this, and with one exception, this is the largest, longest, and most complex story that I've ever written. But the story has pretty much consumed my brain for almost a decade now. And I'm gonna be really happy to just be able to think about other things when it's done.
That's what I've been going on with my story. I've been trying to, every time I stop, I'm going to take a break. I try to go focus on some other stuff, and then I feel guilty, and I have to come back and start writing again.
Did you see the Act 4 cover, Knox?
Oh no. I follow on DeviantArt, but I'm like, it's not art piece. Move on. It's not horses. Move on. Oh man, no, I haven't seen it yet.
I just posted it in the.
Oh, okay.
I honestly don't know what I'll do once I finish Idle Hooves.
You're gonna finish the other Idle stories.
I only recognize one of those characters.
because quite honestly, nothing has grabbed me like My Little Pony did.
Yeah, no, I believe it. And to be honest,
I'm slowly writing.
I've had plenty of stuff that I've enjoyed. I might do one of the little spin-off things that we've done just for fun. But nothing will ever be like as serious as Changing of the Guard has been.
Yeah, I mean, you could keep Changing of the Guard into like indefinitely if you really wanted to, because you still have all 9 seasons to cover. And we already have a way for Idle to continue on into G5.
I mean, we do. But I think that Idle's story Like, I mean, everybody else's story ended before G5.
Yeah.
I mean, even Celestia isn't around anymore.
Yeah. I still love the idea that
I think Idol, if Idol lost all of his princesses, he'd be devastated.
right.
Keeping him around after that would just be torture.
Yeah. I still love the idea that he's actually like what's her name? Why am I blinking so hard on the unicorn name?
Because
Sunny?
it's 2:30 in the morning.
It's Sunny, right?
No, not Sunny. The unicorn. Izzy.
Oakland?
Izzy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, the unicorn. I'm over here thinking alicorn. You said.
Yeah. Nah, you're fine. Because I remember someone was like, Idol is like Izzy's ancestor, and she still has a officer-friendly plush, and
somehow her line and like his line and Pinky's line merged together somehow,
which would just terrify him to no extent, which would be hilarious. but
Idol's bloodline is like Toph from in Airbender. He's got like a couple kids. Nobody's sure who the father of any of them is.
That's
nobody's
true.
saying a word.
No one's gonna question it. But
Nobody's
like
questioning it because it's fucking Toph. And what are you gonna do? Are you gonna bring it up to the blind lady? Oh, who'd you sleep with? How would I know? I never saw the guy.
One, are you going to bring it up to the
That's what
blind
she
lady?
says.
And two, are you going to bring it up to the blind lady that can sense you from across the planet and can control the earth from underneath you?
That's a good way to be introduced to orbit.
Yeah, or to the core.
Wasn't the fan on the Discord? Wasn't the fan speculation was that she was related to Ceres or something like that?
I don't know.
Or were you guys trying to imply that she was directly related to Idol?
I just remember the line. I think it might have been from Abel because they do most of like the one-off things.
The idea that she would be more directly related to Cersus.
Probably related more to Cersus, but the scene that I remember what that was crafted was after the events of the movie. Izzy goes back to her home, pulls out an old officer-friendly doll that's like faded and a little patchy in some places, but well loved and taken care of. And he's like, "I did it, Grandpa. We made friends." And like, bruh,
I could absolutely see that being a family tradition. To talk to an officer-friendly doll and call it Grandpa. Oh
Grandpa Hooves. And then
Okay, guys.
Just give that doll a little bit of love to make sure Grandpa's memory doesn't go away.
Yeah. Then there's also
Meanwhile, Idol is just sitting somewhere in a crypt, like, how am I still alive?
How am I still alive?
Idol Holmes has become an arch-lich.
As long as his memory prevails, he still lives. He's like, why is it so well made? I can't get out of here.
Meanwhile, he's got the cleanest crypt in the entire world. Just waiting for some heroes. Like, come on, somebody come down here and kill me already.
It's like all the rest of the crypts around him are just like the classic covered in cobwebs and whatnot, and his is suspiciously clean, so everyone avoids it because it looks like it's a trap.
It's got a welcome mat.
It's got a welcome, and it has a pot of tea ready to serve.
Okay, guys.
It's just the story of Bob Lichman.
You gotta no.
Have a good night, Desk. Thanks for joining us.
At least 20 more minutes for the West Coast.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. I'm an old man. I need my sleep.
How old are you?
I'm sticking around.
But thank you, guys. It's been a wonderful night. I hope you all enjoyed it as much as I did. And to anybody still listening, if you want the link to Drake's old Sonic fanfic, You can make donations to my Patreon at patreon.com/BHS.
Holding it for ransom.
patreon.com/BHS.
This feels like blackmail.
It does feel either blackmail or extortion, and I don't know the legal definition of either.
It feels like blackmail and extortion, except for he's not taking the money from me. He's using the money to do a thing that I would not stop him from doing because I can't. So I don't know what to make of this.
Yeah,
well, what it is preservation costs money.
It's like he broke into my house and shat on my rug.
You technically did a crime, but I'm not sure what crime exactly.
I know it's a crime, but he wouldn't have broken in. I would have let him in. But
and then he just did it anyway.
I'd still be upset about the rug thing.
But yeah, another thing that...
Anyway, seriously, that is it for me. Thank you, Karma. Thank you, Nox. And thank you, Drake. You guys have a good rest of the night.
Yeah.
You as well. Hopefully...
1 o'clock here, or in 20 minutes, once it hits the 1 o'clock, then I'm gonna dip.
Yeah, there's a reason why the stream starts so early before Eastern time, but ends almost immediately after the West Coast.
Oh yeah, we can't handle it.
We can't handle being online for that long.
Any other lore questions?
I was going to say, I remember another...
Still here wants to ask a question?
Yeah, anyone in chat, feel free to ask a question while the lore master is here. But
what I want to know is that's... even with everything you told me, all the spoilers, the sequel baits, oh man, there's still so much I want to ask.
There's still so much to explore. Although I do remember, one of the ways people thought of Idol could be in G5 is that he was at some point petrified by a cockatrice, and when the magic was unified, and it broke the curse on him. So he's suddenly besieged by he has someone who's randomly just calls him grandfather all the time, and where's the princesses and what's going on?
You know it'd be interesting.
What?
What if, taking a step back, if you did the whole Izzy route, with her being related to him, is not actually true. It's just somehow the tradition of saying grandpa the doll.
You know what I'm kind of.
Have a good night, Iconic.
I don't know if anybody here remembers Dragonlance.
Dragon Tales.
Dragonlance. Different franchise entirely. There's a character named Raceland in Dragonlance.
Mm-hmm.
His whole thing is that he literally trades his health for power.
That doesn't seem like it would go very well for him.
He's one of the main characters of the series. His whole thing is he has a twin brother. His twin brother is a physical beast. And is capable of being near everything. Except magic. So, in the Dragonlance series, if to become a mage, you have to go to the Tower of High Sorcery and take the test. And the test is brutal, but Raceland's physically frail from birth. And essentially, he starts to fail his test because he can't physically keep up with the demands of being a wizard.
I can't read this book anymore. It's so long and boring.
I mean, well, it's like a test of you need stamina, and his body just cannot handle it.
Mm-hmm.
But magic is all he has. So he breaks his health entirely during this test, and eventually the last part of the test, they're like, man, he shouldn't be a wizard. They're just like, this dude cannot he's gonna die in the effort. We need to get him out of there. So what the high mages do is they actually send a illusion of his brother in to break his spirit by having his fake brother do magic and be like, no, this has always been your thing, Race. I'm not going to take it from you. Because they know this is all Raceland has. This will break him. Raceland murders his brother in the test. He
Oh.
murders the illusion of his brother. And then they're like, well, that was the last test he had. He technically succeeded.
It technically succeeded.
Like, we kind of wanted that. We didn't think that was going to work. The thing is, his brother watched him do it. His actual brother.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
every time they do something like that, I'm like, the implications.
Yeah.
And he didn't know it was a fake of his brother.
So he technically
he
passed
went
because
nuts.
it's a twin, and he technically overcame himself, right?
No, like the whole thing was this was supposed to be a test he failed. Like they basically cheated. They put him in a position where he was going to fail, but he basically said he basically lost his mind and just blasted it. He succeeded, but he broke himself doing it.
Oh, gotcha.
So, but Karaman, his brother, looks at this like, what you people did to my brother to make him think that I was his superior in every way was incredibly fucked up, and I'm not holding it against him.
Hey, good on him. There's so many stories nowadays that would do the exact opposite.
Raceland, on the other hand, has to live with the fact that, yeah, he did this not knowing it wasn't his brother.
Like, that he had the spark of jealousy and insanity within him,
Like,
kind of deal.
It wasn't even insanity. He just broke, and the spell he cast was so potent that they're like, "Oh shit, this kid is definitely one of us."
Yeah, he's definitely a mage. He's just not physically
anyway,
one.
Raceland was already frail at this point. Now he's basically in a state of near death. Like, for the rest of his life, he will never be healthy.
And that sounds like the God Emperor at this point. Incredible power mage, almost dying.
Like, Raceland is throughout the Dragonlance series. Raceland goes toe to toe with gods.
Oh, nice.
But like you could knock him over with a feather. Like in the Dragonlance video games, Karamon has like 150 health. Raceland has like 5.
That makes sense. This makes me want to watch the series.
I mean, this is the book series.
Ooh.
The movie series was not great.
Now I need to find this book series.
But yeah, the whole thing is Raceland is ridiculously strong. But he also got like the whole thing with his thing is he also got cursed during this test. The curse is that now, like, because of like this betrayal of his brother, they cursed him with the fact that now everything he looks at, he watches it decay.
Oh.
So he will never know happiness because unless he's looking at an elf, and even them, if he looks too long, they rot before his eyes.
Oh, is this like actually they're rotting away, or is it
he just sees it. He just sees it.
He just sees their time accelerating. Oh man, that's fucked up.
So he eventually, like, one of the big things is that he knows he will never have a lover. He will never have anyone who truly cares for him, except his brother, who he murdered.
Oh
because
man!
Of what? Because of who and what he is. Because he knows he will always do whatever it takes to achieve power.
That's almost. I mean, not entirely almost, but there's.
But the tragedy of it is, at one point in the series, there's a character who's introduced as Raceland's daughter.
Ooh.
And like this is like years down the road. And like there's a story behind it, like that he got seduced by some magic woman who had a child with him because of some curse on her, and that was the only way to break it, and he was trying to do a good thing. When they eventually meet her, eventually she runs into Raceland, like the character being called his daughter runs into it. And she's kind of developing feelings for his brother's kid, and she's like, oh, this is not going to work out. Raceland takes one look at her and is like, you are not my daughter. I know you're not my daughter. Because there is not a magic in this world that would ever take away from me that I was once loved.
Oh man. Holy
He's
shit.
Like, so there is no way in hell you're actually my daughter. Have at my nephew. You're not related, have at him.
Have at ye.
Rock that boy's world.
So let me guess. It turns out to be that that is his
No,
daughter.
they are absolutely not related.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Raceland's like, no, there's no way in hell.
Dude, that's good because I was going to say
Raceland's
that
like,
was.
I have literally been to hell, came back, went to heaven, kicked someone's ass, came back again, and I'm still telling you there's no way in hell.
Hell froze over. I'm the one who froze it.
Hell froze over. I'm the ice mage that did it. And I'm still saying that's not possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, one question.
But like, it's the kind of thing I could see with Idol and Izzy. Like, there is no way we're family. It can't have happened.
That's what I was going to say.
That's sad.
That's sad. But
They're probably Cersei's kid.
Oh, so I just thought of a way, and thought of a adorable way.
Family, but we are family.
Yeah, the Idol is Izzy's ancestor, but instead of him being frozen in stone for all those years, he's actually been the officer-friendly doll because he got into a bunch of poison joke, then magic went away, so he was basically like in an inert state, almost being pretty much being stoned, but in entirely much more fragile means.
The only reason I wouldn't want to do that to him is just because of the tragedy of him losing everybody and being powerless to stop it.
Oh, that is true.
If Idol after that would be a villain.
Oh, hey,
oh yeah.
Before we continue, you got one question in the
What's
YouTube.
Will Idol and Topaz be a canon ship, or will he forever be oblivious?
No, it says what's her name.
He does, but they do
open-ended enough to be exploited.
Although they do say, I can't remember the Bug Pony professor's name, so it's Topaz.
Are definitely a canon ship.
Topaz is a canon ship, 100%. I mean, after how the last chapter ended, I would be surprised if that wasn't a canon ship.
They basically banged twice.
Those two, yeah, they have once with Idol being sort of loopy and not knowing what he was doing, not knowing who he was, but knowing who she was. Still did it. This time, he knows who he is. He knows who she is. She knows exactly what things are about. And he still thinks it was a bad idea, but he still went with her.
But he still went anyway. And I can't wait to see Cersei's reaction when she has a little baby sister. Would Cersei be the jealous big sister or just the incredibly supportive? Oh, it's so cute.
I don't think she would. Personally,
Cersei would be the, hey mom, I made you omelets. I found this big ass egg.
I found this egg. Oh god.
Oh my god.
Also, the idea of just Topaz having to shit out an egg. And
have you ever seen The Fly? Have you ever seen The Fly too?
I haven't, but I can only imagine what goes on.
Yeah, one of the characters has the Brundlefly's kid.
Oh god.
Amber,
and it is not pleasant.
Yeah, and would Topaz
film.
And would Topaz be in a pony hospital giving birth, and then all the doctors are surprised it's actually an egg? Or
did I ever link you that?
I'm going to tell you right now.
I'll link you that meme, right?
It would not be an egg.
Oh, so Idol was wrong in the thinking that would be a changeling, huh?
It would definitely be a changeling because that's how it works, but it wouldn't be an egg because Topaz isn't built to lay eggs.
Oh, a little changeling full mix. Oh, that's cute.
It would not be a changeling full mix. It would be a changeling, but changelings are not born as changelings.
They're grubs.
Oh, they are grubs. Oh, that's right. They are grubs.
For one thing, did you ever see that meme I sent you? Or showed before, where it was this artist's canon ship was, again with the Twilight Discord,
Mm-hmm.
and one was she was like, she went to labor and she was ready to see her kid. It just came out and handed her an egg, and she's horrified, and she's like, "What the fuck?" He's like, "Oh, it's so beautiful," and she's just like, "What the fuck is that?"
I saw that one. That's so good.
Yeah. And Amber has another question for you in the chat.
I'm not saying it.
The YouTube.
No, that was a question questioning your question, because they were talking about Topaz, and they were wondering how is the question open-ended because they can't remember Topaz's name.
That's what I was going to say, because we can insert any, because the canon ship, you can just enter anyone's name.
Omni ship for the win.
To be honest, of the ships, there's only really three that are really potential.
You said Mod was one.
Mod is one.
Mod, Chaser, and Topaz.
Mod sees Idol as prime material.
Yeah.
However, neither one of them are going to make any attempt to approach that because Idol doesn't know, and Mod
has social anxiety.
Mod is Mod.
Mod is Mod. Yep.
Moth Chaser would make a play, and has tried to make a play multiple times. Idol just hasn't realized it, and now that he does.
She was shipped away to Shady Oaks.
Topaz beat her to the punch.
Wait, you mean right now, or?
Yeah. Like, Miriam was just like, Moth Chaser, really? Really? I'm right here.
Like,
right in front of my guard cell.
Right there. Like, are you saying we go right now? Or after we escape right now?
Moth Chaser, his children are underground at the moment. His what?
He has what? I just love the interaction of all of them finding out that his cell door was unlocked.
Moth Chaser is so confused and so mad right now.
And she doesn't realize that Cersei is actually his.
Right? Moth Chaser has never met Cersei.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is. So when she discovers who Cersei is in this fold that she's talked to before,
she's just gonna be like, "What do you mean you're Idol's kid? I'm not Idol's kid. Why is everyone saying you're Idol's kid?"
He just takes care. I just live with him. He takes care of me. Ever since.
She's gonna be like, I live in the basement.
I live in the basement. I lived in the sewer for a time, and then I lived in the basement after the sewer got a bit scary. And now Topaz won't let me go back to the sewer.
Knowing Cersei, her first words to Moth Chaser will be, I live in his lair.
No.
And Idol's gonna be like, it's not a lair. He made me look more like a dungeon. You need to stop. You need to stop right now. You're making this worse.
You're making this.
What's the? If you mind me, let me take a look at our chat. I want to see if we can. What we're talking. Oh no, never. That's spoiler. Never mind.
Idol unknowingly has enough riz to make anyone want to be his ship partner, at least as far as I've seen.
We were
as far as Celestia goes.
He just needs some leg extensions, and he's good.
Celestia is just not into him. He is visually. She likes it. She's into the Dark Stallion. She likes that, but he's just so idle. She just can't work it out.
No, I can totally get that.
I know some people want to ship him with Luna. I know some people want to ship him with Luna.
Merry New Year's to the West Coast. Woo!
And I know some people want to ship him with Luna.
No,
they are friends. 100% in the friend zone at that point.
I mean, Idol could become a mayor, and then like Luna would be like, "Oh, cool! Like we can both get some practice in." But There's no relationship there.
No, 100%.
They are friends, and Luna is very protective of that friendship. Because as far as she's concerned, they're not friends because she's a princess. They're friends because she puked on him, and there's no
going back after that.
Yeah. You don't.
The only connection
after you blow chunks in someone's helmet, you have to be friends because there's no way you're doing that for work.
Oh, there's so many things that I'm like, I need to reread the story again because there's so many little things that I always pick up on like third or fourth read-throughs.
Like I try to tie a lot of things together. Like Fluttershy knows who Topaz is.
Oh, yep, Topaz. And I wonder, will here's a question: will the rest of Idol's graduation unit, in solidarity, move to the Crystal, transfer over to the Crystal Empire as well?
Honestly, they're going to try. Shining is kind of trying to keep this whole thing with Idol being a changeling on the down low, and they're trying to let it work its way through the rumor mill.
Oh, okay.
People are just going to assume like, okay, he was a changeling, but maybe they fixed him, and Idol would be the kind of person to not tell anybody.
Yeah, I wonder how they're going to get around the fact that the lie that Blue Blood made up of basically changelings are caused by being by someone shopping around, pretty much.
I mean, the entire thing is that they can prove that a lot of people aren't changelings, and therefore probably fine.
Yeah, but the Canterlot rumor mill, though,
it is literally more or less just a way for them to say, like, look, it's fine. There aren't a whole bunch of changelings. The people who are changelings, we can fix them. We'll bring them in. We'll get them treatment. It's not their fault. Without it being like, oh, this person has been a changeling for all their life. You need to hit them with a rock until they stop being a changeling.
Yeah. Like
it's not a great solution. It's really not.
Yeah, I'm still wondering how you're going to get Shining's speech in A Changeling Can Change of there's no such thing as a good changeling to work into the story.
Essential. I can tell you basically how he's going to look at that. Idol doesn't count as a changeling in his mind.
Oh, yeah, I can see that.
Idol's one of the good ones. It's an incredibly fucked up thing, and that's intentional. Like, I want Shining's views on Idol to be incredibly conflicted. He wants this person to be his friend again, but this person lied to him.
Unintentionally lied to him for decades.
A decade, yeah. Like, this is finding out your best friend isn't just like, this is finding out your best friend is a werewolf.
I mean, a lot of people would be into that, I'll be honest, but...
yeah, a lot of people would be into that, but at the same time,
Hey guys, I'm going to have to catch up with you guys later. I am falling asleep in this chair.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. It's probably not going to be too long here anyways.
I appreciate you guys. I'm going to have to chat with you guys later.
We should do this. We should do this, like, not just on New
Yeah,
Year's.
100%. Nice. I think we were trying to do it on, like, April 1st or something like that, or Memorial Day weekend, but timelines just didn't work out.
I will throw out one more little lore dump before we call it a night. I am going to get a chapter out this week.
Yes! I was half surprised.
I tried so hard to get this one out this week. I just could not pull it off.
To be honest, when I was like waking up today, I'm like, and getting ready for the stream, I'm like, I wonder if he's just going to troll me and drop a chapter in the middle of the stream.
I really wanted to do that. I just could not make it happen.
You know what he did instead,
I have a couple of days off still,
Yeah. Oh man.
I'm gonna be working on it. I want to try to make this happen.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to try and get at least a chapter, maybe 2 out for Christmas, because I'm like, I don't have a Carol this year, but I could at least get a chapter out. No, didn't happen either, so I understand that situation.
You know what we did instead, though? We made fun of it, saying, "What if, what if he had kids and Luna, Luna just if he Idol started, Luna got in contact with Viridian, Topaz's mom, and starts visiting Idol in the streams, telling him he needs to have grandfuls."
Grandfuls.
You can do her too.
There's so many characters, so many fun characters you've made that I kind of want to see in the story again, even if they won't make any sense. Like the caravan. Like I want to see like Zamer or someone from the caravan to be like either retiring in the Crystal Empire or something similar, and run into Idol is like, you know what, you remind me of someone we used to travel with. We traveled with for a season. Wasn't it, Sandy? Yeah.
Now, you're probably not going to see Zymer, and you're probably not going to see Roughshod.
It'd be cool. It'd be fan service, if anything, but it'd be fun.
Because those two have a pretty solid. They might show up for saying, "Hey,
Seth."
That said, Zymer has a good thing going for her little caravan.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
maybe there are people in her caravan who might be looking for new things.
Oh, okay.
So that could be a thing that happens.
It would be interesting if someone tried to get, if someone was getting to Canterlot and saying, "I'm looking for a guy." We didn't know his name at the time. He called himself Sandy, and he was recommended here by Roughshod. And it would have been in like the last decade or so. Do you know who that is? No one by the name of Sandy. You might want to try Idle Hoofs. He's over in the Crystal Empire right now. He's like, "You're not a Pegasus anymore. What happened?" I grew out of it. I remembered who I was.
Oh yeah, I stopped. You stopped being a Pegasus? Yeah.
Yeah, people could do that. Yeah, I mean, if you just believe hard enough, then anything can happen, right? Magic of friendship and all that.
I clearly did, so.
I'm clearly not a Pegasus anymore, but you changed your whole coat color and eye color and everything. I was like, it's a lot of work to change your whole personality.
Like, yeah, it's just how it is.
I forgot who I was, so I looked completely different. Here's how I looked normally. I kind of went through a small identity crisis. Yes, I want to see this now, or at least expanded upon in the server. Oh, this would be so much fun to have. Oh, but yeah, I love the world building of Changeling of the Guard. I think that's why I fell in love with it so much. I mean, Idle is hilarious on his own, but the world building is where it's at.
I have a lot of fun with it.
Yeah. You have a complete fun with it, and to the point where someone could wave away like his whole drunken escapade during the high and low, being like, "Oh, he was a Pegasus and had a white coat when you met him. Oh yeah, he's a master illusioner. Must have forgot to change back before he met you with all that amnesia and stuff."
Yeah, it happens, man. That's a thing.
It happens. So, one thing.
Nobody told you.
And then, I can't believe no one sent word. He didn't even write a letter or anything. Man, that doesn't sound like him. And oh man, so something else comes to mind, pops into my mind, is Idle's description of Cadence's and Luna's shoddy illusion spells just because they are far more surface level illusions than even his most basic transformation? Or are they actually kind of shoddy even if they're highly advanced for alicorns?
Idle's whole thing with that, with their illusions being bad, is pretty basically just that he's a changeling and he's got a very specific idea of how a disguise should look, and they are just not doing it right.
It's like watching a toddler put the square thing in the round hole.
It's like he's just watching like, why are you so bad at this?
You just do it. It's easy.
It's like, nah, ladies, come on.
Yeah.
Are you for real about this, or are you playing with me?
Yeah. So, is Idle more full of harmony than he's ever been? And is that why he's having dreams now? Or is it because he's so broken mentally that it's broken, like, his own biology of order within him? Or is that too much of a spoiler?
No. That's a good question, actually. Idle's position right now is completely messed up.
Mm-hmm.
He is not supposed to have dreams. He's just not supposed to.
And the fact that he is that more concerning for him, or is he finding it more of a relief?
Very concerning for him.
Okay. Because I'm like, it could either be 50-50.
No real idea as to why this is a thing.
And only after the whole wedding fiasco and all that stuff. Okay.
That's pretty much it. Like, Idle is not supposed to know what's going on with dreams. He's not supposed to have these he's just not supposed to do this. But he is. And he doesn't know what to make of it.
Alright, I tried hanging there a little longer, but I'm going to be leaving now. I'll watch the rest of this tomorrow.
Alright, sounds good.
Yes, have a good night.
It's probably 10-15 minutes at most, who knows.
But it's still 10-15 minutes of lore. So I'll have to catch it tomorrow.
We're not going to be on much longer.
Yeah.
So just keep me informed if you guys want to do something like this again. This is interesting.
Yeah.
You guys have a good night, alright?
Yeah, have a good one.
The whole thing with Idle. Have a good one, man. The whole thing with Idle's dreaming is that it is not for his people. Changelings are not supposed to dream. And there's reasons for it, but I'm not going to tell you why.
Oh. Yeah, I've seen so many fan theories go around about how changelings came to be, whether or not they were like converted ponies, which is like one of my favorite ones that just throughout the years became more and more biologically changelings than biologically ponies. Especially the favorite one of they were crystal ponies caught outside of the Empire when it disappeared. And so, because, their magic is based on emotions, just like the crystal ponies. And so I've always found that connection very fascinating. I've also seen tons of other ones that they were creations of Discord ages ago. And that they are beings of order based on a core of chaos, whereas ponies are basically created from and by harmony instead.
Which kind of makes sense.
Yeah. I think there was this one story ages ago. I think it's called Of Loyalty and Chaos. That's another story I wish would come back, or where it was a Pegasus was formed out of the flailing magical beams of Discord when he was caught when he was stoned the second time, and he was a being of harmony, created from a spark of chaos, and he actually could more or less sense changelings around because they were born from the same cloth.
Which kind of makes sense.
Yeah, and there's so many ways you could take changelings. I really wish they were like much more explored before they got turned into ponies, but lost a fight in a rainbow factory or in a Crayola factory, because there's so many different ways you could take the whole changeling lore. Although if they ever bring changelings into G5, I'll be interested, especially if they do the iridescent look right.
That would be true.
Kind of almost makes me want to learn 3D modeling just so I can model iridescent changelings. It'd be so much more work than what I'm doing now, but it'd be really cool.
Yeah.
Let's see. 3.5 hours now. Yeah, demo every year, 4 hours, a 4-hour stream. Woo! You gotta go from coast to coast. He wasn't supposed to start a family, but he did. I mean, yeah. Or he wasn't supposed to reproduce or start a hive, but he's sidestepped it. He found loopholes in his own logic and sidestepped it.
It's very much a changeling desire to create, to expand.
Mm-hmm.
Expansion, massive changeling compulsion, I should say.
Yeah.
They want to grow the hive, make the hive, and grow their numbers, grow the hive, grow their numbers, grow the hive.
Yeah.
And that's been kind of broken for Idle. That was kind of broken for Idle. He couldn't do it, and he couldn't even think about doing it. And yet, he knew it needed to be done.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's got like a confused, broken psyche.
Yeah.
He's not sure what he's supposed to do it. So some of the things that were natural to changelings aren't really functioning correctly right now.
All hail Space Bambi.
A lot of the orders are broken inside him.
Yeah. Especially after Chrysalis broke everything about him.
Yeah. What Chrysalis did probably should have killed him.
Yeah. So, I don't know if this has been answered yet or not, but what was the rotting thing being taken out of Idle before he lost consciousness in that chapter that Chrysalis ripped out? Oh, she ripped out his heart. Okay.
Oh, yeah, she didn't, Idle was not supposed to survive that transformation.
Okay.
And, what he did came to the end result. He was broken. And Chrysalis was like, no, this is not how this plays out. Chrysalis basically used some seriously screwed up magics on him.
Yeah, Chrysalis is just as into the changing of the guard lore as we are, but is the only one that can actually affect it. He's like, no, I need to figure out where the ship is going. You're not allowed to die.
It hard. It might have been. I'm trying to remember what it was, because it wasn't as hard. But she basically performed some serious surgery on him right then and there, and put him back together. Idle is lucky to be alive in general.
Oh yeah. Especially
even with what Chrysalis did, she didn't really expect this to be a long-term thing.
It just is kind of happening.
This was almost a knee-jerk reaction where she went, no, I will not allow things to be like this. Whether
Okay.
that was because that's who Chrysalis is, or some residual part of who she became after Cadence.
Yeah.
Like, would old Chrysalis have allowed that, or is this something?
Is this something
Okay.
else? Yeah, that is always a fun thing to think about, because you've dropped little hints that Chrysalis wasn't always the Changeling Queen, and reading so many other fics, I'm like, Celestia's lost sister, or maybe the old princess of the Crystal Empire, or something along those lines. Because there's been a story I've been reading recently called The Bridge, a Godzilla MLP crossover. Super long fic, but it's so funny. And I think Desk would probably like it too, because it has a lot of magical girls things happening in it as well. Where wasn't necessarily Chrysalis being the old crystal pony, crystal princess, but Cadence being the original crystal princess daughter that was smuggled out of the Empire as Sombra took it over, and through time shenanigans managed to survive.
Always a fun one.
Always a fun one, and it kind of brings a background circle of why Cadence's cutie mark is a crystallized heart of everything, and why did that one pony in the season 3 opener say, "It's the Crystal Princess," when looking at her, because who knows, maybe she was the long lost princess of the Crystal Empire. And yeah, need to really catch up on The Bridge. 100%. I need to catch up on it too. I haven't watched it. I haven't read it since they started delving into Rainbow Rocks. It's just so, every chapter is so long, but it's so good. But any last minute questions from chat before we wrap up stream for tonight? Because Drake's probably ready to collapse.
Oh, I am. I think we all are.
Oh yeah. At least I get tomorrow off, so I can sleep it off if need be. But yeah, I can't wait to see where the new chapter is headed, and I think everyone's excited to just read more idle lore after after so long.
I'm gonna let you guys know in advance. This is gonna be a bit of a talky one.
Hey, more idleisms, the better.
So far, Idle has been chatting with Luna mostly.
Ooh, nice. Cause yeah, it feels like they need to talk a little bit more, because their talk was halted abruptly before they could kind of finish it. When she walked his dreams.
Yeah, the big thing with her, like, she is very curious as to why he's dreaming, because he's never done it before.
Yeah.
So she's going to have, he has become a new pet project.
New pet project to help out her closest friend, other than Celestia.
Which Luna has, like, even throughout the series, Luna has trouble making friends.
Mm-hmm.
And Idle has been somebody she is somebody she could be close to relatively easily.
Yep. Also doesn't help that
she's happy with her situation with him.
Yeah.
She was not happy with, and she realized, like, once she came to terms with the fact that he was changing, she missed the entire invasion herself.
She missed the entire invasion herself, and also
She really doesn't have any. She doesn't really have any trauma. She's just like, huh, that sucks.
Hey, that's a new thing, but does that really make Idle any less idle?
And the fact that he's like, oh, you're just upset because because Crystal's got a good shot in on your sister. And she's like, God damn it, that's funny. I want to be mad, but you're kind of right.
Yeah. Seth's asking, what cage do we need to rattle to get a Fort Nowhere story to become canon?
Ooh, that would be, a Fort Nowhere story would be a great one for that 10-year time skip.
It would be perfect for the 10-year time skip.
Because you could say he's there for however long you want.
As long as it's not longer than a decade.
Yeah, it could have been a thing he did for like a year or two. Maybe Shining was there. Maybe Shining was off and off training school.
Yeah, it might be a little bit hard to write Yutta into it, but you could just say Yutta just kind of was another exile that kind of just wound up there.
Yeah, Idle could I could just be some weird changeling who's doing his own thing, and Idle just doesn't care. Or you could even say that maybe things in the Crystal Empire get too hot, and Shining ships him there to
to let things cool off.
Yeah. Like maybe after the events of To Change a Changeling, like Shining's like, you know what, man, you need a vacation. You need to be someplace else. And Idle's just like, what do you mean? He's like, I'm gonna put you to work. I know how you are, so I'm gonna send you somewhere where it is just completely fucked up, and you can fix it.
I know how much a workaholic you are, so I'm sending you on vacation to become a workaholic in a place that's not as hectic.
I'm gonna send you someplace warm for a change, and Idle's just gonna be like, oh my god, thank you.
And yet he still brings his heat lamp along to get extra warm underneath the desert sun.
Man, if Idle has a heat lamp in the Crystal Empire, he's giving that thing a name.
Oh, 100%.
That is his emotional support lamp. Thank you very much.
Lamp. I still.
Why does it have googly eyes? Because that is the rule.
That is the rule, and it's not an it is a he. It's Reginald.
This is my vampire bat lamp. What does it drink? Oil. Idle, that's just a lamp. How dare you, sir? This lamp has many strong feelings, most of them about oil and burning things down.
Oh man, I still can't get the image.
He's a feisty one.
He is a feisty one. That reminds me of a meme where it's like, my love is like a candle, and in that I'll burn your house down if you ignore me for too long.
Yeah, as far as everything else goes, Moth Chaser is probably going to be trying to get to the Crystal Empire at some point, just because she's got she has a lot of opportunity for rapid advancement in her cause.
Oh yeah,
that cause doesn't have to be Idle, but it could
be. We all know what it is going to be.
But Moth Chaser's whole thing right now is she basically got promoted against her will because she's too public to not be. They have to react to it.
Yeah, they have to promote her, even how conflicted she was with just smelling nothing but food while she was fighting off a changeling force.
Like they don't want it to come out that she was essentially having a snack attack.
And
so basically they're like, okay, we gotta ship her home. We're gonna have Nerium do the talking.
Nerium do the talking. Get Idle the hell out of Dodge, so things can calm down. Get everyone that was involved away from the capital until shit calms down over here.
until we have our story straight.
Man.
Like there are half a dozen different players in this little farce. Every one of them wants something different.
Everyone wants something different, and Idle is just torn all between all of them at this point.
Like Celestia just wants everyone to be happy. Blue Blood wants everyone to be safe.
Yeah.
Shining wants to be away from changelings.
But still want Idle as his friend.
God knows what Chrysalis wants.
Yeah. Cadence wants her old friend back.
And Idle just wants to do his damn job.
Idle just wants to guard for a living.
It's all he ever wanted.
It's all he ever wanted. Man, I just thought of the most trolly chapter that you could put out, and it's like you'd have to do this on April 1st or else people might take it too seriously. A chapter would just be like, end of book 1. If you want to read book...
I would be more interested in the lamp for the heat, not for the light.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Although light does equal heat, so we might just act up with light more often in the Crystal Empire, too.
I would have more interest in lava lamps than he does in light source lamps.
Lava lamps are cool. Like, they can keep your attention for hours.
And they're very, very hot.
They are, surprisingly so. But the troll chapter you could put is like, is just basically saying, the next, if you want to continue reading Idle's story, read the sequel, Colonel Hooves here.
That'd be a screwed up way of doing it.
Just make Karma's entire story canon.
I really want to do, and I keep wanting to do it like every April Fool's, and I never get a chance.
Mm-hmm.
I want to do an Equestria Girls Idol spinoff, like a single chapter.
Yes, Idol would definitely be like either.
But the single chapter is going to be written completely differently.
Oh, okay.
Because of how it affects Idol.
Does he just think it's a weird drug trip?
No. Twilight came through as a person. Spike came through as a dog. What is Idol coming through as?
Probably like a beetle or something.
Maybe.
I mean, to be honest, we have no idea because for some reason the portal turns dragons into dogs and dogs into humans.
Turns dogs into humans?
Yeah, if you see in the background of some shots, the diamond dogs are students at the school, and they're ugly humans too.
It could just be that it turns you into the closest equivalent that you are. Diamond dogs and ponies are just people.
Dragons are just pets to ponies.
Like, is Spike just a pet? What the heck is a changeling?
Could you imagine if it's just changing you based on your mental state, and the reason Spike became a dog is because he's always doggedly loyal to her?
I do maintain that Spike becoming a dog was fucked up.
It was 100%. They didn't need to do that to my dude.
Spike just gets defeated every opportunity. The only thing Spike has going for him that really benefits him is that in the future he's kind of bulked up.
Unless you get to G5, which then he slimmed down again.
Which I don't buy it.
No, I've seen so many re-editings of that scene where it's just he's a massive dragon in a ominous cave, but he's still just a bookworm, and I'm like, that's the Spike. He's more like Watcher from Fallout Equestria than just a dragon-sized pony with claws on him, and also much more feminine than than draconic.
I would be all for like a giant Spike with like reading glasses and
Yes!
holding a book with 2 claws.
That's how I would picture Spike in the future. Especially...
He's just like, this isn't even my horde. This is Twilight's. In her later years, crazy cat lady for books. All the way.
Crazy
Half these things are alive.
It just slowly became his horde as well. But
he's like, as Twilight started getting up there in years and her vision started to fade, she started to bring her books to life. Half these are audiobooks. I can't shut them up.
Oh, that'd be so good. Also, hey, Salty. Welcome back. We're about... it's going to end soon. But 100%, like, Spike definitely needs to be just a presence instead of just being one of the dragons.
Like, have Spike be in a cave. Have Spike be a giant dragon in a cave that is so full of bookshelves that he literally cannot leave without ruining them.
Yeah. I would...
And have him just be like, just bring me something new.
Yeah. I would love if, like, the way that they introduce Spike...
wise old mentor.
Yes, 100% wise old mentor, but since he loves comics so much, he decorates his cave and makes it seem like you're going to enter and it's very ominous, and you're about to talk to, like, the evil dark overlord. And Spike just fully plays into the character until, like, some other dragon calls out his shit on it, and he's like, dude, you're ruining the mood. And he's just as nerdy as we know him today.
Like, after you get past all the darkness and all the scariness, he's just sitting there waiting for you with a pot of tea.
Yeah, 100%. Spike is just the nerdiest dragon. So he wants to live up to ominous, big old dragon lord, while also maintaining to scare away anyone who doesn't actually want to talk to him. And then once you get past that, he's just a chill Drake that's just like, yeah, I can't leave the cave now. The entrance is too small.
He is very aggressive to anyone who comes in until they give him their library card. After that, cool.
He's just turning into Wan Ching Tong at that point.
So many ponies come in to try to steal his horde, and all they gotta do is fill out the stupid form.
And no one does. It's right by the door.
They see the dragon, they scream, they try to steal things, and then they leave.
They try and catch me when I'm sleeping, and it's like, no, I'm not going to let them steal my book without at least checking it out first.
Sign in, take a book, sign it out, come back, bring it back within 2 weeks, or I'm hunting you down and eating your family.
Yeah, I saw a fic where Twilight's like much more of a librarian of Golden Oaks, and she has a spell cast on all the books in the library, where once they are removed from the library, you have 2 weeks. It'll just sit on your shelf for 2 weeks until it will just teleport back to the library. So that way, no missing books ever.
And Spike is like a how many 1,000-year-old dragon at this point? Would probably be able to do that without any thought. He probably has them all spelled to just teleport into their spot every so often. So whenever he's reading and forgets about them, they still go back.
Maybe that can be your next story after Changeling of the Guard is just Dragon Lord Spike the librarian, the master librarian.
Spike the librarian.
Yeah, because like we have already had like the Enchanted Library with Twilight the head of it. What about the Enchanted Library but with Spike guarding the Horde? And I remember seeing a theory ages ago where explaining why the sun and the moon still still go through their cycle despite having no alicorn to raise or lower the sun or moon. And it's basically Twilight in all her things to make things as precise as possible, basically enchanted the same object that Celestia gave her when they went on vacation to control the sun and the moon, and just set that up with a giant clock that slowly just keeps perfect time for millennia with Spike as its guardian.
Like, it's just like, oh yeah, that controls the sun and moon.
Yeah, and
The pocket watch? Yeah.
Yeah, the pocket watch.
The pocket watch doesn't control time, right? No, this one does.
Yeah, and someone was.
He just holds it up like, oh, he's like, they're like, no, time is an illusion. He's like, no, check it out, and he just turns it back. He just winds it up, and the sun just dips backwards.
It just dips backward. Twilight yelled at me for doing this once, but I'll do it just for demonstration. Don't tell Twilight.
He puts a claw on the actual watch face and just spins it around real fast.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, day, night, sunrise, sunset.
Monday, Tuesday, happy day.
And someone was like making a theory based on like.
And then you just hear a crack. Oh.
Oh no.
That's fine.
That's
fine.
I shouldn't have done that. I should not have said that. I shouldn't have said that.
It's fun. It's fine. It's fine.
It's the ghost of Twilight's like, Spike, what did you do?
Like, just like, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You know a watchsmith.
What's a watch? This might be a problem.
I'm gonna need an old priest, a young priest, and a clockmate.
Oh man, but I saw someone like make like a timeline of how they could introduce Spike to the G5 series, where it's like the sun and moon suddenly like stop in their rotation, so they have to track through like old records of the timepiece, and why it's stopped, and that's when they stumble onto Spike in the middle of like a 1,000-year nap kind of deal.
I would love the idea that all the records show Spike as like the baby dragon.
Oh, as a baby dragon, not as Chad Spike, just as a tiny baby dragon, and then they just bump into his snout.
They just keep assuming that this giant dragon trying to stop them probably killed Spike. It's like, why do you know my name? Whose name? My name. That's mine. Why are you yelling at me?
Stop trying to steal my stuff. I was in the middle of a nap and you young whippersnappers barged into my cave.
This says you're a baby dragon. That was my baby picture.
Yeah.
As in years and years ago.
As in like a few millennia ago. What? You think I don't grow?
Did you just assume that baby dragon was my species?
I mean, Hasbro probably would make it so if they think if G4 went on long enough.
Baby dragon, adult dragon. This is how it happens. I'm not going to explain the birds and the bees to you.
Or so it was like the breezies and the birds and the breezies.
I'm not going to explain the birds and the breezies. What's a breezy? Holy shit. Holy shit, I guess I am.
Yeah. And he's just like looking through all of his shells, being like, just this massive claw. And slowly like picks out one book that's like the size of a postage stamp as he tries to read it with his like little reading glass. Let's see how to solve this issue.
Spike just being like, do I have to explain the birds and the breezies to you? What are breezies? Holy crap, I do. Hold on. And he just like reaches out to a tiny little book and like hands it to Izzy like, why am I sweaty? You're gonna need to read this. It's very important.
It's very important that you understand how your own biology works. Has Idol met Spike? He has met both Spike as a baby and as he is now. At least he visited the library while Twilight was engrossed in books.
Spike knows Idol. And Idol considers Spike a
acquaintance.
A little gentleman. He considers him a little gentleman.
A little gentleman. That's a lot better.
He doesn't. He definitely doesn't. He sees Idol as part of Shining's family.
Mm-hmm.
To be protected, but not really somebody he knows directly. It's just kind of like his brother's or his buddy's little brother. They're not. It's not like they're not just acquaintances, but at the same time, Idol doesn't really think a whole lot about Spike. Spike is not novel enough for Idol to really think about.
Yeah, yeah.
Which, as far as anybody else is concerned, he just considers Spike like another pony.
True.
Idol literally doesn't care. He considers the fact that Spike has literally unlimited dragon fire to be a bit of a life hack, but he would never abuse it because Spike is a child.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame that we're not going to see the main six's reaction to Idol being a changeling, because that would break canon, and
you will not see it yet.
Yeah, it's not going to it's either never going to happen, or it's going to happen in a way that's not that significant, because so far you've done a really good job of just keeping Idol as it's canon. It's just canon you didn't see.
That's kind of what I'm trying to go. That's kind of what I've been trying to go for. Now, to be fair, Idol like Twilight has always considered Idol like Shining's friend.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's cool. The princess knows him. The princess respects him. Twilight respects him. But Twilight sees him also like another one of the guards. So if she needs to basically talk to him about state stuff, she does. And most of them, I'm sure Twilight has lectured most of the guard about various knowledgeable topics. Most of them probably don't care for it.
Yeah, but Idol is actively interested in a lot of things because it's interesting to Twilight.
Yes, and if it's interesting to her, it tastes interesting to him.
Exactly.
Like he thoroughly enjoys being info dumped at.
100%.
Because anybody that's info dumping on you is passionate about the topic. To a changeling, that's amazing.
Yeah,
they're not even doing anything, and they are receiving tons of energy. This is great.
Yeah, they're not doing anything, and just this person's pouring their heart out.
They are just pouring energy on you. You are like, this is like the best thing ever.
This is almost as good as a sun lamp.
As far as they're concerned, they would like if they could bottle these people, that'd be great.
Oh, that reminds me of another fan creation of the changeling bartender that does shots of emotion, depending on what changelings want. The speakeasy hidden inside a speakeasy. But yeah, it makes me wonder. Twilight has almost a photographic memory, but towards books than general people. Does Twilight remember if that Idol was the one that led her to Celestia on her first day of school, or does she just think it was just another guard that did it, since Idol is so plain looking?
She probably remembers Idol specifically for treating Smarty Pants like a real person.
Okay.
Because that made her feel comfortable. Because she was not having Twilight tends to panic.
Twilight wasn't having a good day that day.
No, she was scared. She basically got into the palace mistakenly, and then got separated from the group, and then couldn't figure out where she was going, and got scared, and Yeah, Idol made everything better. She has deep respect for him. At the same time, she doesn't. I mean, it's something that happened when she was a kid.
Yeah, she doesn't really know him. She just knows him. He's a family friend, pretty much.
As far as Twilight is concerned, if she needed a guard, if she needed a guard she could trust, Idol is up there on the list. However, if she has a guard she could really trust, Shining Armor is at the top of the list.
Of course, her big brother is going to be at the top of the list in that case.
Yeah, so Idol is basically if I need to get to Shining, I can talk to Idol.
Yeah, which
Idol will listen.
Which makes me wonder where Idol was during the Sparkle 7.
What one was that?
It was the Ocean's 11 episode where they sneak into where the main 6 sneak into the castle.
Oh, honestly, Idol would have watched the whole thing and been like, Twilight's doing a thing.
Twilight's being Twilight again.
She's up to a Twilight thing. Let it pan out.
She's going Twilight Nanas.
Twilight protocol is to let her burn it out.
Just let her cook.
She's going to get it out of her system. It's gonna. She hasn't burned anything down yet. The worst thing that ever happened was the cheese incident.
Which makes sense of why she's so afraid of quesadillas now.
Yeah, that one was a little crazy, but it rarely
it's so
ends up
cheesy.
Like yes, she floated out on a raft of tortillas and could have drowned in cheese, but she didn't. Everything's fine. It was pretty good cheese.
Yeah, it's not a problem until it is a problem. Other than that, I'll just go with the flow.
Right. And it might have been a problem because somebody bothered her when she was trying to do her thing, and she panicked, and everything went nuts.
Yeah.
The best way to avoid panic is to not put her in the middle of a thing.
Yeah. Oh man, now I can only imagine that. Oh, go ahead.
Through her problems on her own.
Yeah. Yeah. It just. I just thought of a random episode.
I remember that he's just like, maybe it's a coincidence.
Maybe it's a coincidence. It's now firmly in my headcanon that Twilight, that Idol is the guard that Twilight ran into during the time travel episode, where she was sneaking into Star Swirl, the bearded section.
Let it happen.
Just lets it happen. Be like, oh hey Twilight.
It doesn't even have to be Idol. It doesn't even have to be Idol. It was they saw her doing this and they're just like, pretend like, do not see it.
It's the Royal Messenger doing Royal Messenger things.
She's not allowed to be here. She's sneaking in for. She's allowed to be here. It's fine.
It makes me wonder if Twilight was ever grounded from the library and forced to go outside.
Absolutely. That is a lore thing. She was not allowed to sleep in the library by Celestia's own decree.
Twilight, you're grounded. So I gotta stay in my room? Worse, you get to go outside and play with ponies. No!
Twilight was not allowed to sleep in the library because she would not sleep, and she would instead read books until she got herself into a loopy state of not sleeping. And therefore, Celestia put her oath down and said, "You cannot sleep in the library." Which is why, whenever she eventually left Celestia's, whenever she finally went to Ponyville, I was like, she finally is living the dream.
She's living her dream of sleeping in the library.
Like, Celestia should have stopped this. She didn't. She should have known it was going to happen. She did.
Mm-hmm.
But it's happening. This is not my fight.
Not my circus, not my monkeys. Not my circus, not my monkeys.
You know what? Ike will make sure she sleeps and probably bring her coffee when she doesn't.
Yeah.
It's probably fine.
Yeah, it actually reminds me of this fic where Spike has a letter that he'll send to Celestia after the Smarty Pants incident to basically say, hey Celestia, Twilight's going crazy again. You need to step in and snap her out of it. And he uses that to threaten her with taking care of herself.
Yeah, to be fair, I also think that Idol is a lot more open-minded about Twilight being willful since having Cersus in his life. Because he's seeing this as a growth thing.
He sees as changelings aren't supposed to be rebellious, but ponies, on the other hand, they're crazy, so they are.
Ponies are rebellious. That is a natural way of it. Now, if Cersus were willfully disobedient, he would be very upset.
Because that's not changeling.
That said, Cersus is kind of willfully disobedient. Cersus isn't willfully disobedient. He's willfully skirting the rules at all times.
Oh man!
If he tells her to clean her room, there's a high chance that room will not exist by the end of the day. It will be cleaned from the map. It will solve her problem, but not his.
Yep. Oh man.
And that is exactly the relationship they have. Cersus will try to do what's right, but she's also not going to go out of her way to do exactly what Idol wants.
Yeah, he has to be very precise with her in order for her not to skirt the rules, and then she does anyway. She's much better at finding loopholes than Idol is.
It's not so much that she's better at finding loopholes. Idol's good at it too.
True.
Because he got caught. He got caught and shut down though. And he's like, oh well. Since Nightmare Moon took over, the day never came, so it's fine.
It's
so I was just like, no, it's not. You're getting a promotion.
I'm being punished with promotions. Oh man, I wonder if Colonel Hooves will come to place.
I imagine Westra had to explain that one to Luna, like, wait, you're punishing him with a promotion? He doesn't want it.
He doesn't want the promotion, so we have to force it onto him. And Luna's like, "No, he's my best friend. We're not going to do that to him."
That was before that. That was right after Luna came back. She's like,
"True."
So she's probably like, "So he disobeyed you to do good work, and you're punishing him by paying him more because he doesn't want that." And Celestia's like, "You got it. That's exactly it."
Just the idea of having to wrap your brain around Idol's way of thinking would be so funny to watch Luna trying to grasp. Being like, so you're punishing him from working a lot with the opportunity to work more, which he wants but doesn't?
And so she's like, no, he wants to do manual labor until the day he dies. I want him to be done more with.
Yeah, Idol just seems like the kind of people that is just like, has been a line cook for like 20 odd years. He might not be like the head chef, but he's the guy that you go to because he knows all the little tips and secrets of everything that happens in the restaurant. And everyone defaults for him to judgment, even the head chef.
Yeah, that would pretty much be it. Like, Luna was just impressed. Luna was just really taken aback that Idol was like, "You're a princess. I'm sworn to obey the princesses. This is not a problem for me." Because in her own mind, this was going to be a big uphill battle, and it turned out it was. But Idol was one of the first ponies she met who was just like, "No, this isn't my issue.
This is the natural way of things." Yeah.
Like, if Celestia says you're a princess, you're a princess. I knew you existed, so this isn't a surprise to me.
Yeah.
So why would I not?
Now to wrap his mind around Flurry Heart.
Well, Flurry Heart, and he's gonna be like, okay, so what's the daughter of a princess called? But she's also a princess. That's not how this works.
Oh man, another thing that happened in the bridge is that they're constantly like questioning, why isn't Cadence an empress. She rules over a place called the Crystal Empire and is somehow not the empress. And since Shining Armor married into the family, he's not emperor or prince, he's just a royal consort. So it's always empress and royal consort, and they always try and correct them.
Which, as far as Idol is concerned, Shining is a prince, and always has been, because he married a princess, which means he has to have been a prince. Therefore, Shining is retroactively a prince for the entire time Shining Idol has known him.
Yeah. Oh, are you going to?
A normal person would probably be mind breaking.
Mm-hmm.
But I always internalize this. This is like princes play D&D. That's what they do.
It's just the way of things.
Yes.
Just wait until Cersus makes her own hive.
Cadence and Shining play D&D. They're married now. That means that D&D is a game of royals. He doesn't make the rules, he only enforces them.
Oh, Seth brings up a great thing. Are you making canon that Idol just has a huge lump sum of money in place because he doesn't really use his money all that often and always fails upwards?
That's absolutely true.
I mean, it has to be, right?
Not because he fails upwards, but because he doesn't spend anything. Idol does not have rent, and all he does is eat. His most of his hobbies are making clay pottery. He's a changeling. He can dig up his own damn clay. He's an excavation drone. He probably considers it vastly insulting not to be able to dig up his own clay. Like the idea that he has to use some inferior clay that he bought probably upsets him.
I could totally see that.
Like Idol probably has this clay that is such high quality that they're just like, where does he get this, and why is he so bad at using it?
Although he makes the most indestructible pottery on the planet.
Like this is the nicest ugly pot I've ever had. Like I can use this clay pot as a hammer. I wouldn't put anything in it because the flowers will wilt because it's so damn ugly. Why does it look like a cup?
Why does everything he makes look like a cup?
Has anyone considered telling him to stop making cups?
No, because practice makes perfect. But he's been practicing for over a decade and he's still not there. He makes a decently okay cup.
Well, Cersus thinks it's pretty good.
But
that might just be a child's view of her parent being skilled at something.
True. That
said, even Luna pointed out that whenever he made the tiny figurines, they were very nice.
They were great when he didn't think about it.
When Idol was basically peak Idol.
Peak Idol, basically becoming a fae in some point.
There was crazy stuff going on there, and Luna's just like, I'm not entirely comfortable with you keeping these things you made.
I'm not entirely comfortable with you finishing these because they're so incredibly detailed that they might come to life if you continue working on these.
You made one of me, and I'm not letting you have it back. Like, what that say? Like, Idol has no idea what that means.
Oh man, I wonder if Moonshine will ever make a comeback.
Probably. Whenever Luna can dilute it.
Oh yeah, it has to be diluted, or else Idol will just go crazy again.
Well, I mean, Idol was basically her test subject for it, and then she's basically like, yeah, this wasn't a great idea. Or maybe it was the best idea. I don't know, but I'm not doing this again.
She sells it as drops of moonshine, but sells it under Idol's name, so he gets royalties off of it because as a thank you for being her first test subject, and he hates it because he gets more money. I wonder if he'll have issues digging through crystal, or if it just shatters much more easily than the stone he's used to working.
It's going to be harder, but he's not going to have trouble doing it.
Okay.
In fact, he's going to enjoy the experience.
He just hated the whole situation around going to the Crystal Empire in the first place. But now he's less grumpy now that he bangs Topaz a little.
Once he gets used to carving through crystal, he's going to love it because stone doesn't always break in a orderly fashion. Crystal has a very uniform lattice work.
Oh, I wonder if he's
he's going to be able to carve it like it was like he's going to have. I mean, it's going to be stronger, of course. But once he figures out the technique, he's going to love it.
I wonder if the Crystal Ponies commission Idol to create Spike the Great and Glorious statue, because he is one of the few people that is like an expert crystal carver after like a few years or so, because he's just a natural at carving from crystal than stone.
You know what? If he did, it would be too close to what the Spike actually looks like, and not like heroic enough, because Idol does not have any kind of hero worship of Spike.
I mean, the Spike, the statue itself looks pretty similar to Spike. It's just him holding onto the crystal heart over his head. So like, we want it to look like this and look like Spike, and I was like, sounds like a play.
It doesn't sound like Spike to me.
We want you to carve Prince Shining Armor javelin throwing his wife off a building to catch the crystal heart. What do you mean you shot put your wife?
Nobody is going to ever remember this. I am making sure of it. Meanwhile, the entire empire just like has wife chucking day.
Hey, it's wife shot put day. Let's where we have the yearly event where we emulate our dear royalty.
I was just so upset by that. Like, you threw her like a javelin.
You threw her? I mean, you threw her though.
You can't just do that.
Well, I did. It happened. Everything worked out fine. So shush.
If it worked, it wasn't a bad plan. No, it was still a bad plan. It's not a plan. You threw your wife.
Hey, if it's a bad plan that worked out, it wasn't a bad plan. If it was a bad plan that didn't work out, then it was a terrible plan.
It wasn't a plan. You just threw your wife. Yes, but I planned to do it. No, you didn't. You just did it.
You grabbed the nearest object, which was your wife, and threw her at the crystal heart.
My plan was to be spontaneous. Your plan was to not have a plan.
The new to the Equestria Games wife chucking. And it's a distance that's like how far away Sombra was. It's like, if you make it past this point, you saved the Crystal Empire. If not, you're a little bit short. It's more about precision than anything else.
It's like, well, how much gliding can your wife do? It's like, yeah, you gotta keep the wings pretty straight. And it's just like, this is a dumb sport. I don't like it. You cast your wife like a hoofball.
You tossed her like a hoofball.
You got a great spiral going out, too. You wouldn't have believed it. That would have been a touchdown play, my dude.
Oh my gosh.
We would have gone to the playoffs with that one.
I would have chucked it over those mountains.
Real Hail Mary move. Meanwhile, Idol's just like, oh my god.
Idol at the same time was like, I chose to follow this guy above all else. And he chucked his wife around?
I have made some mistakes. I'm going to continue to accept this. But I hope he doesn't do it again.
Sir, I would prefer not to have wife chucking as part of an accepted princely duty.
The guy who marries Flurry Heart has to be able to throw her for 200 yards. That's shining soul. That's shining soul limitation. If he can't throw you for 200 yards, he's not in the family.
Wait, do you want me to throw you? Yeah, it's something my dad makes every cult do. Why?
She ends up marrying an engineer who puts her in a ballista. Shining is furious, but I was like, he won.
He won. He did exactly what you asked of him. Well, yeah, but I don't have to like it.
I am like, you traumatized me. He traumatized me. This seems like the way the princes do. If anything, when Flurry comes back around the other side of the planet, we can probably get them married immediately.
If you take a train to Canterlot, you might be able to intercept her before it's too late.
I call it the Wife Launcher 9000. Please don't. Can we call it anything else? Waifu Artillery? Let's go back to Wife Launcher 9000. I don't want to consider us having artillery batteries of wife launching apparatus.
Oh my gosh.
The Crystal Empire is coming and they're bringing their women. They're all wearing helmets.
They're all wearing helmets with a spike on the front. They're like, position! They all load into ballistas. Aim! Fire! There's 100.
Meanwhile, we could load ammunition into the ballistas.
But this looks much cooler to have Valkyries come down from above.
God. The Crystal Empire Valkyries. Sounds so freaking good.
It sounds really good.
I hate that.
I also heard someone say that that the Pegasi guard unit for the Crystal Empire should be Imperial stormtroopers. Are they wrong?
I mean... Nah, I can't call them stormtroopers because, like, the Storm King was a thing.
Not until later in the timeline.
But that's it. Imperial something.
But they use weather to attack their foes, so...
Imperial Valkyries could be a good thing.
That is just specifically the artillery portion of the Crystal Empire army. It's just a bunch of Crystal Earth pony mares, as some maybe are Pegasi, but they all just have wing blades, like just wings made out of blades for gliding purposes, but also to look very cinematic as they're descending upon your position.
Idol's walking by one and she's just got fake wings, and he's just like, what are you? I'm a glider. Fine. It's just like, fine, I don't care anymore. It might as well be like this.
Oh, man. Oh, Amber, the next reading chapter will come out soon, TM. The last one came out about a year ago. Hopefully the next one won't take that long.
The next text chapter should be out soon, too.
We're just trademarking soon TM for both of our projects at this point.
I don't know. I think we'd have to pay Valve for that.
At least we can count past 3, though.
Yeah, we can, I guess. I'm at 73.
Yeah, and I completely destroyed your numbering scheme.
No, I'm keeping it like it is. I'm not changing it.
Unfortunately, the nice chapter won't be the nice number.
The vignettes do not count as far as like breaking the scheme. They are chapter numbered.
Chapter something, vignette something, which I didn't follow at all, and it's too late to change things because I would have to re-record all those chapters to re-put in chapter number. It don't matter, but it's funny. I'm like, I don't know how to number. He didn't number any of his chapters.
Chapter 69 was the nice chapter.
Now it's just going to be a funny thing where anyone reading, it's now going to be like chapter 67, chapter 69. Nope. It's just going to have 2 numberings at some point.
I mean, I had to do that chapter.
You had to. I don't blame you for having to do it to me. But you also just named a chapter with just, chapter 62. That's going to be like chapter 60 at this point. Or no, it's going to be chapter 61.
Even if the numbering is wrong on that chapter, it might be better because it's supposed to feel off.
That's true.
Chapter 60, chapter 62.
Yeah, that's probably. I've been deciding whether or not to just change the chapter title itself, or just be like, chapter 61, chapter 62.
Could work.
It could work. Might feel odd, even more so than just having chapter 62.
But on that note, I do have to crash. I am.
Yeah, no, it's been a long night, so
I have officially run out of energy.
Yeah, we've managed to go on 45 minutes longer than I thought we were going to go on for, so I call that a win.
Happy New Year to the ocean.
Yeah, Happy New Year, ocean to ocean, and hopefully you'll see me a lot sooner than next New Year's.
Yes. And hopefully you'll get more than 2 chapters this year.
Woo! All right, we'll catch y'all.
I want to try to get some serious work done on this.
Oh, same here. I've been looking at my YouTube channel, like I looked at it like a few months ago, and I'm like, man, you can see throughout the years I've been slowly putting out less and less chapters per year, and I'm like, that's not okay.
As things move on, you just have less and less time.
Right? But no, I want to make more time for this.
I want to get this story done.
Yeah, same. I want to beat you. I want to catch up to you before you get the story done. So that way, no one can blame me for not putting out a chapter yet.
Fair. I'll see what I can do.
All right.
I will talk to you guys later.
All right. Catch y'all later. Thanks for joining us, and thanks to everyone that's been here that's long past gone to bed. And we'll see y'all later. Have a great night, and Happy New Year to everyone.
Have a good one, guys.